Well, today, it gives me immense pleasure and pride to extend my heartiest and warmest welcome to each one of you on behalf of Metro Rail Kolkata to the technical seminar. Can we have a big round of applause? A very warm welcome to each one of you present here. While to my absolute pride, we are celebrating the remarkable and the significant 40 years of wonderful journey of the Metro Railway Kolkata. And what a heritage to be proud of. As we all know, that it is the first ever underground railway system in India. And thank you, gratitude to all of them who made it possible. Well, ladies and gentlemen, today we will have a lot of insightful discussions, many presentations to learn from. Well, before we get it started, as we all know, that we begin every auspicious occasion, every auspicious day, with the name of God. Vakratunda Mahakaya Surya Koti Samaprabha Nirvignam Kurume Deva Sarvakarishu Sarvada. Thank you so very much, everybody, for joining us today. आइए इसी के साथ हम आज के इस शुभ दिन की शुरुआत करते हैं, आज के इस शुभ कार्यक्रम की शुरुआत करते हैं। लेकिन मैं कुछ और कहकर के भी आप लोगों के लिए आज के इस दिन की शुरुआत करना चाहूँगी। कहते हैं, मुश्किलों से भाग जाना आसान होता है। ध्यान फरमाइएगा, मुश्किलों से भाग जाना आसान होता है। हर लम्हा जिंदगी का एक इम्तिहान होता है। डरने वालों को मिलता नहीं जिंदगी में कुछ, और लड़ने वालों के कदमों में जहान होता है। And each one of you have really worked hard. Thank you so very much for your hard work, your dedication, your determination over the years. We thank you on behalf of Metro Railway Kolkata. Well, with this, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to honor and felicitate our dignitaries. Will I request everybody to please put your hands together. Let us join in welcoming our respected General Manager, Metro Railway Kolkata, Shri P. Uday Kumar Reddy ji. And to felicitate him, I'd like to request PCST Metro Railway Kolkata, Shri Jai Prakash Sindhu. Can we have a big round of applause? I request everybody to please keep your hands clapping. A very warm welcome once again to our respected General Manager, Metro Railway Kolkata, Shri P. Uday Kumar Reddy. A very warm welcome to you, sir. Well, with this, now, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming former Finance Commissioner, Shri Sanjay Mukherjee. Please join me in welcoming him. And to felicitate him, I'd like to welcome PCMM, Shri Anil Kumar Gupta. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming them with a big round of applause. A very warm welcome to you, sir. A very warm welcome to our former MD, DMRC, Delhi, Dr. Mangu Singh, with a big round of applause. To felicitate him, I'd like to welcome PCOM Shri Lakeshwar Saikia, sir. A very warm welcome to former Director Operations, Rail Vikas Nigam Limited, Shri Rajesh Prasad ji. Can we have a big round of applause? To welcome him, to felicitate him, I'd like to welcome PCEE, Shri Ashim Majumdar. A very warm welcome to you, sir. A very warm welcome to respected Professor, IIM Indore, Dr. Swapnil Garg. To felicitate him, I'd like to welcome PCSO, Shri Manish Jain, with a big round of applause. A very warm welcome to CRS Eastern Circle, Shri Suvomay Mitra. To felicitate him, I'd like to welcome PFA Metro Railway Kolkata, Madam Ambika Jain. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a big round of applause? A very warm welcome to you, sir. A very warm welcome to CRS South Eastern Circle, Shri Brijesh Mishra. To felicitate him, I'd like to welcome PCE Shri Anuj Mittal. Thank you so very much and a very warm welcome once again. Well, as we know that we begin every auspicious occasion with the lamp lighting ceremony. भारतीय संस्कृति के अनुसार हम हर एक शुभ दिन, हर एक शुभ कार्य एवं हर एक शुभ कार्यक्रम की शुरुआत करते हैं दीप प्रज्वलित के साथ। और आज भी हम दीप प्रज्वलित के साथ आज के इस शुभ कार्यक्रम की शुरुआत करना चाहेंगे। शुभम करोति कल्याणम आरोग्यम धन संपदा शत्रु बुद्धि विनाशय दीप ज्योतिर नमोस्तुते. Well, I'd like to take this moment to welcome my dignitaries to please come forward for the lamp lighting ceremony. ईश्वर के नाम के साथ हम आज के इस शुभ दिन की आज के इस शुभ कार्यक्रम की शुरुआत कर रहे हैं. Let us begin this auspicious day with the lamp lighting ceremony with a massive round of applause. Everybody together. What better than beginning the celebrations? What better than beginning the day with a massive round of applause? I request everybody to please keep your hands clapping. Let us all omit the darkness and shine brighter than ever. May I request all of you to please wait for a group photograph, sir. Can we please have a group photograph? Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming all the dignitaries. Can we have a big round of applause and welcome them once again? Thank you so very much. Well, ladies and gentlemen, proceeding ahead, I'd like to take the opportunity to welcome on dais Mr. Shubroto Sarkar, PCME Metro Rail Kolkata, with a big round of applause. I'd like to request him to please come up on the dais and address everybody with the welcome address. Can we have a big round of applause, all of you? A very warm welcome to you, sir.
A very good morning, respected General Manager, Metro Rail Kolkata, all the dignitaries who have been kind enough to be present on this auspicious occasion, as our Metro Rail Kolkata completes 40 years today since it started operation on 24th October 1984. We are celebrating this auspicious occasion from 18th October to 24th October with various events. Today, we have a technical seminar in which we have distinguished speakers from all over India and even from abroad. Now, for the kind information of our esteemed audience, we'll just share the program of today. We'll have the next, we'll have an unveiling of the souvenir by the dignitaries. Then we'll have a presentation by Sri Manish Jain, the PCSO of Metro Rail Kolkata. He will speak on the brief journey of Metro Rail Kolkata so far. Next, we'll have an experience sharing by Sri Rajesh Prasad, who was former Director of Operation of RVNL. He was associated with, in fact, RVNL Kolkata for a long time, and he has immense contribution to the Metro Railway also. Then we'll have experience sharing by our Honorable Dr. Mangu Singh, who was retired, as MD of DMRC. He will also, give us his valuable experience. Next, we'll have a presentation by Sri Vipin Kumar, Chief Project Manager, Rail Vikas Nigam Limited. He will be speaking on the Joka BBD Bagh Metro project, that is the purple line. Then it will be followed by a small tea break. Next, we'll have a presentation by Sri Shailesh Kumar, Group General Manager, Civil, KMRCL, Kolkata. He will speak on the topic, a historical journey, that is the tunneling below the Hooghly River, which was a great challenge. Then we'll have a presentation by Professor Dr. Swapnil Garg from Indian Institute of Management, Ahmedabad. He has come down all the way from Ahmedabad. His topic is unbundling the bundling of transport infrastructure assets. Then we'll have a virtual presentation by Sri Daniel and his team. Their topic is intelligent station and power management. The next presentation will be by Sri Aditya Khakse and team. Their topic is linear induction motor propelled rail systems, hyperloop technologies. Next, we'll have the felicitation of the speakers by our Honorable General Manager. Then we'll have a, address by our Honorable General Manager. And lastly, we'll have a vote of thanks. With this, I think we'll go to the next program, that is the unveiling of the souvenirs by the dignitaries. Thank you so much. Thank you. Once again, welcome all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much, Subrata sir, for giving us a brief about the entire event. Thank you so much for the welcome address. Well, now, very rightly said that it's time for the unveiling of the souvenir. And for this, I'd like to take the privilege to welcome all our dignitaries once again on the dais to unveil the souvenir. Can we have a big round of applause, everybody, as I take the privilege to once again invite all our dignitaries, all our respected dignitaries, to please come up on the dais to unveil the souvenir. Will spread. I request everybody to please make a straight line so that we can also have a good photograph being captured. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a big round of applause as we unveil the souvenir right here, right now in front of your eyes. Making the moment all the very special is your applause. Can we have a big round of applause? All of you, come on, let's keep clapping. Let's keep the energy going. I request everybody to please hold it for a photograph as well. So here is the souvenir, ladies and gentlemen, right in front of you. So we'll have a straight line so that we can have a good picture being captured. Thank you so very much to all our dignitaries. Well, ladies and gentlemen, so our souvenir was unveiled right in front of you. And here we'll make sure that everybody gets one. Thank you so very much once again to our respected dignitaries for unveiling the souvenir. Well, now, ladies and gentlemen, moving ahead, I'd like to take the privilege to welcome on dais Mr. Manish Jain, PCSO, Metro Railway Kolkata, to elaborate us on the brief journey of the Metro Railways Kolkata so far. Ladies and gentlemen, let me just give a brief about him before he comes up on the dais. Can we have a big round of applause? An IRSME officer, SCRA 1992 batch. In his 22 years of career, he has a varied experience in SCR, ER Railway, Boat, Concur, Arcon, to name a few. Well, ladies and gentlemen, he has worked as DRM Howrah, a dynamic officer who has played a critical role in planning and executing the celebrations of 40 years. Ladies and gentlemen, he deserves a massive round of applause. Please join me in welcoming him. A very warm welcome to you, sir. Thank you so very much for taking out your precious time and joining us today, sir.
Good morning, everyone. The initial hiccups, that is the, I think, disadvantage of being the first speaker. All the technical difficulties are faced. So, what I'm going to talk to you about today, can everybody hear me till the last one? Okay, thank you. I'm going to talk about the history history of Metro Rail Kolkata in a very brief manner. And I'm the opening batsman for today, as my dear friend Vikram just told me. So I'll try and bat like Rohit Sharma. Jaldi batting करके I'll try and entertain you. I hope all of you have had a cup of coffee or tea so that you don't fall asleep while I'm speaking. So. So this presentation, the looking is like the construction of, initial construction of this project. It took a lot of time. We started in 72 and the first line was opened after 12 years. So the presentation is also taking that much of time. I'm sorry for that. Yeah, so it seems we are all set. Okay, so I'm going to talk about the journey, these steps. So this is how the idea of first Metro Railway Kolkata started. This was in September 1919. Yes, September 1919 that there was a session of the Indian Legislative Council under the British rule in Shimla, where the committee recommended that Metro line should be there to connect Bagmadi in Calcutta, which is North Calcutta, about 3 kilometers from where we are sitting, to Banaras Road in Howrah, with a tunnel beneath the river only. So this idea of tunnel was first quoted in 1990. The estimated cost was about 3.5 million pounds, and the proposed length was 1925-26. So this is almost a 100-year-old idea. And length was 10.4 kilometers, and tickets were priced at 3 annas. So I put this ticket price here to emphasize that how detailed the planning was at that time. Of course, it could not materialize because funds and so many other issues were there. And this idea was again talked about till 1929. There was an editorial in the Statesman newspaper on 14th of July. The next attempt was post-independence in 1949-50. Then the Chief Minister, Mr. Gananchand Roy, he conceived that we should have an underground railway for Kolkata. And a team of French experts was called to conduct the survey and draw the plans. Now this again had one of the proposals was to make a tunnel under the river Murti. So when I was reading about it, I was wondering why it was so important to make this tunnel. And when we were talking about the city itself. So in the next slide I'm going to explain that. So in 1854 we had the first train which ran from Howrah station, and 1862 we had it from Calcutta, which is now Sharda. But we did not have any means to cross the river other than the boats and steamers and things like that. In 1874, the first pontoon bridge was made in front of Howrah station. So that again was only for light road traffic. And in 1885, the first rail bridge came over River Hooghly at Bandel, which is about 40 kilometers. So still, it did not serve the purpose because Howrah being the main station, from where we have the trains to the north, the west, and other parts of the country, we could not connect Calcuttans to Howrah in a seamless manner. Then in 1931, the Vivekanand Setu, which is the Bali Bridge, which is owned from there, just came. So after that, the Sharda trains could go via Dankuni and other places to Asansol and that area. And 1943, the Howrah Bridge was opened. And in 2024, this is the current year, we actually managed to make a tunnel under the river. Now, why this again? I wondered that why we are not talking about making a metro at that time in the Kolkata city or in the Howrah city. So that was because Kolkata had a very good network of trams in that time. This is a brief history of the trams. In February 1873, the first tram, which was horse-drawn, which ran between Sharda and Armenian Ghat, which was a few months, it was shut down. In again 1880, it was started with meter gauge in the same section, which was the most crowded section of Calcutta. And in December 1880, company CTC was formed, which is a British company and registered in London. Then we started from horse-drawn, we came to the steam engine driven in 1882. In 1900, we came to electrically powered trams. And in 1905, they were started in Havra as an independent network because there was no connection. So the connection came much later with the Havra Bridge in 1943. So that is the next thing. 1943, both these services were laid. And in 1967, this British company, it fled the country without paying the government dues. So that is when the state government took over the operations and the management of the trams. It had, as I said, it had a very vast network of 70 kilometers within Kolkata and Havra. This is excluding the depots and terminus, so the track kilometer was much more. Then it was 1982, there was a World Bank loan to upgrade the metro system. So we got the steel body trams. Then 2008, polycarbonate. Again, there was improvement in the body. And as late as 2013, the AC trams were introduced. Unfortunately, the trams in Kolkata are almost in the last stage now. We just have 2 routes running. So, but it served Kolkata very well. And why it is not relevant today, I will talk about it later in the presentation. Now, the metro as we see it today, Kolkata Metro, Metro Rail Kolkata, the firm plans were started in 1969 when the Metropolitan Transport Project, MTP, which is the earlier name of Metro Rail Kolkata, it was formed by Government of India. And we had the specialists from Soviet and East Germany. They made master plans for various routes and some priorities were also made, like Damdam to Toligan, which is the blue line which we made first, Binan Nagar to Rajdam Tala, which is basically the green line now, and Dakshineshwar to Thakurpukur, which is Dakshineshwar and Joka to Esplanade, which are under construction and partially they have been started. And initially, Mr. E. Sridharan, who is the Metro Man of India, he was part of the team when initial planning and initial execution was started. And Mr. Mangu Singh was also in Metro Railway Kolkata earlier. That's what I've been told, sir. So it's all your planning, your legacy, your hard work that we are taking it forward today. And in December 1972, the foundation stone was laid for the first metro construction. Now the construction itself, as I said, it took a lot of time, 12 years. It was the first time in India, so a lot of new methods were adopted. It was mainly cut and cover with diaphragm walls, but there were certain areas like some canals, some railway yards, some densely populated areas where cut and cover could not work. So there the shield tunneling method was used with compressed air and airlocks because of the high water table, so that the water does not come in when we are doing the tunneling. And a lot of Kolkata is an old city, so a lot of utilities had to be shifted, which required a lot of coordination with the state government and with the local municipal bodies. And a lot of problems were faced. We did not have sufficient funds. It was a time of those 5-year plans. So, I mean, Metro used to get at that time about what I read in one of the books, 1.5 crore per year, which went up to about 8 crores per year. That was the kind of funds which we used to have. So that is how it went on very, very slowly. There were problems of land acquisitions. Then some materials were imported, so supply at that time was not as fluid as it is today. There were very massive floods in 1978, so whatever cut and cover and whatever tunneling was being done, it got flooded, it had to be evacuated. And Kolkata being a very congested city, so the plans also changed quite often because of the traffic restrictions and because cut and cover, you have to get the complete area and you have to disrupt whatever is going on today. This project was also listed as one of the top 200 projects worldwide by the Institution of Engineers UK, as having met with significant challenges. Now, this is again some information that MTP started their office in the BBD Bagh initially. Then the about 17-kilometer section was divided into 17 contracts, 1 kilometer each. We did not have big contractors at that time who could, take up a full section. So it was done to hasten up the project. Initially, there was a car shed proposed at Dum Dum only, but because the construction could not happen to Dum Dum initially, so a second car shed was planned in Neopada. Then for lowering the coaches, because we did not have connectivity to the car shed, an oblong hole was made through which the coaches were lowered at the Park Street. Then, of course, we know that 24th October 1984, the first commercial run was made, and complete line was made operational in 1996. At that time, the ticket price was 1 rupee for 5 kilometers and 1.5. And at that time, it was double of the tram and bus fare, so it was not very popular. People did not really, take to metro initially. So a lot of publicity, press coverage was made by Metro Rail at that time to, first of all, for people to attract people to the metro system, and also to sort of say that yes, you have had a lot of inconvenience because of a cut and cover method and construction, but now your life is going to be smoother. Then after that, we know that north-south line has been extended, and 3 new lines are under construction. Today we have 4 functional metro lines with 59 plus kilometers. We had initially non-air conditioned rakes, the NGF rake and the ICF VHL rakes, which have now been replaced by AC rakes. And today we stand at the 4th position in terms of route network. And but we have a lot of firsts to our names. We have the first underwater tunnel, of course. We are first in Asia to shift to aluminum third rail in the operational metro. We have recently shifted from 11 kVA to 11 kV to 33 kV power ring. And we are also planning to retrofit CBTC in the old blue line, in the ICF Meda rakes, which is again a first for any metro system in India. And the last one, the north-south line also, we are planning, we already have a project sanction for the retrofitting CBTC. Now the green line, the original project which was dreamt of in 1919, this was, sorry. So this was sanctioned in 2008, and KMRCL was formed as a special purpose vehicle to execute only this project. And the under-river tunnel was constructed in 2017, about which Shailesh will be talking in details, the challenges and all. And the section was opened from 2020 to 2024. And the last bit of section, which is between Esplanade and Sharla, is still, there are some issues which are being tackled by our engineers, and we plan to open it by next year, that is 2025. Now the organization of Metro Railway also changed over the years. In 1969, the MTP was formed. August, which was CEO as the head, Chief Administrative Officer. Then it was upgraded to General Manager in August 72. And 79 to 81, we shifted the office from temporary office to the current Metro Rail Bhavan building. And December 2010, we became a zonal railway. So we became the 17th zonal railway. KMRCL was formed to execute east-west, as I just told. RVNL is executing 2 of our lines, which is the orange line and the purple line. And Metro Railway Construction Organization is also executing the project of yellow line. So there are multiple agencies who are working on the metro construction today. Now, this is what we have plans as of today. We plan to add 30 kilometers next year, another 40 kilometers by 27-28. And we will have connectivity to the airport through two different lines, which is the yellow line and the orange line. And we will have additional interchanges at Neopada Airport and Park Street, which will sorry, which will be beneficial to the commuters. And rehabilitation and upgradation of Blue Line, which is a 40-year-old and made with the older technology. So that also we are planning to rehabilitate, upgrade, and as I already told, CBTC fitment is planned. And I've just made a few pictorial view how the sections are opened. I'm sorry, there's something. Anyway, my idea to show this is that how metro was constructed in parts. Like first it was that Netaji Bhavan to Esplanade to the Netaji Bhavan, then Netaji Bhavan to Kali Ghat, then Damgam to Belgachia. So it was made in a disjointed manner because the Kolkata, the Metro Railway could not get space to work. So wherever space was available, that section was made. And we made do operations like that by shifting coaches, by lowering coaches. So you can see different sections are being highlighted, how these sections opened over the years. Then similarly for the green line also, different sections were opened at different points of time. Something wrong. And orange line, of course, and this is how the metro as it is planned today is going to look like. We have the blue line, we have the green line, we have the orange line partially, the purple line, and how it is going to connect all over, the yellow line and then the pink line. Now, I was talking about this policy of, why trams are not suitable for Calcutta today. So this I picked up from the website of Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs. So there are different types of transportation system indicated there. ये दूसरी वाली फाइल कहाँ है? कहाँ पे? Anyway, ये इधर डिस्प्ले क्यों चला गया? इस पे डिस्प्ले नहीं आ रहा. Okay, ठीक ठीक. So what Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, they have of course talked about depending upon the size of the city, density of the city, the traffic patterns, how many passengers per hour. They have divided into different categories. One is of course the metro systems. Second is the regional rapid transit system, which is intercity connectivity, like we have the Mera Talwar and other projects being executed in NCR region. Then there's a system of metro light, which has a lower capacity than the regular metro, and it has a lower construction cost and a faster execution. Then there's a something called Metro Neo, which is actually the modern version of the trams. It is going to be a rubber-tired vehicles with overhead transmission. So these kind of things are already running in many European countries, and in India also few cities have been identified. And the latest is the water metro, like Kochi is the first water metro system which is being made in India. So these are the different systems like Metro Neo, which is replacement of the tram. It is for cities with smaller density. That is why Calcutta today, we cannot have a successful tram. We do not have sufficient road surface areas where we have the road vehicles as well as the trams. That is why we have to go either underground or we have to go in the elevated section. Now, this is again some data I just picked up from various documents just to compare where India stands in terms of the world. You can say cities with metro, network length. These are all approximate figures. I do not claim their accuracy, but it is the proportion we can talk about. Number of station, annual ridership. And the deepest station in India is Howrah, as we all know, 33 meters. And the deepest earlier used to be Kiev in Ukraine. Now it is in China, 116 meters. Longest network in India is of course Delhi, which is about 400 kilometers, and the longest in the world is Shanghai, 700. Then longest networks outside Asia Pacific is London. So Asia is going much faster than the rest of the world as far as metro construction is going on. Delhi metro is the only metro today amongst Indian metros which figures in the top 10. And the new airport station which we are making, I'm told that it is going to be the largest metro station in Asia. So that is something to be proud of. So that is all. The journey continues. Any questions, please? Anything? Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much, Manish sir, for taking us through the beautiful and the interesting journey of the Metro Railways Kolkata. And I'm sure that all of you were really excited and got to know a lot of it. But let me add on that all of you must have got a bag at the registration desk where there is a paper, and behind the paper is a QR code, which you can scan and download all the presentations that sir has presented to us on the LED screen. I'm sure that all of you got it. Thank you so very much, sir, once again for taking us through the exciting presentation. Well, now, ladies and gentlemen, moving ahead, I'd like to take the privilege to welcome on dais a leader who is declared as the most innovative urban infra leader of the year by Urban Infra Group in the year 2023. He has won the Lifetime Achievement Award by the Business Leaders in the year 2024 for dedicated and outstanding contribution to the railway construction and infrastructure sector. Declared as the most exemplary urban infra leader of the year by Urban Infra Group in 2024. Contributed for RVNL's graduation to Navratna status in 2023. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Mr. Rajesh Prasad, former Director Operations, RVNL. Can we have a big round of applause? A very warm welcome to you, sir.
Hello.
respected General Manager, am I audible? Respected General Manager, sir, I can see Financial Commissioner, sir, ex-Financial Commissioner, sir, Mangu Singh, sir, and colleague officers. Let me first let me first explain how I got associated with the metro construction. In 2009, I was working as a Deputy General Manager in Eastern Railway, and that time Deepak Kishan sir was the General Manager and new government was formed. And subsequently, R.N. Verma Sahab was the General Manager Metro Railway, and he was looking after the work of Eastern Railway. The Honorable Railway Minister said that we had to make metro in Kolkata. So that time I was also looking after the work of Secretary to GM, and then we had the raking of the sites, and without any DPR, the proposals were made and the projects were got sanctioned by Honorable MR and the Railway Board and the Cabinet. And during that time, everybody was transferred, including the General Manager, all the PHODs, DRMs, and I was DGMG looking after the Secretary, and I was also waiting that I will be getting an order for transfer. One day I got a call from Member Engineering, then Member Engineering sir, that all the metro projects are getting transferred to Metro Railway, to RVNL, and you will be made the head of this particular project. It was a big challenge because the proposal was very raw, nothing was there, no feasibility studies, no DPR. And then I continued till 30th September as Chief Project Manager, then Executive Director, and roughly for the last 5 years as Director Operations. As Director Operations, I was having the projects of various railways, which includes the Metro Railway. So I have tried to cover all those aspects. Some of the aspects have been covered by Manish Jan very beautifully. So there would be some overlap. So I'll start with Kolkata. In my career, I have spent more than 25 years in West Bengal and 20 years in Kolkata as Senior DN Coordination, Sialda, Deputy C Construction, Havda, DGMG, Secretary to GM, then Deputy C Bridge. So when we talk about the Kolkata, see, this city is known by various names. And the most famous name is the City of Joy. And yesterday when I was coming from the airport, it took around 1 hour and 45 minutes from Kolkata airport to Bada Bazaar. There is a Panchmukhi temple, which I used to visit when I was in Calcutta. So the traffic is basically very congested in most of the parts of the Kolkata city. Now, if you see the population, it is around 1.6 crores. Unofficially, it could be around 2 crores. Number of vehicles, if you see, it has gone up every year. It is increasing by more than 6%. It has got more than 22 lakhs in 2022. And there is a very peculiar situation in Calcutta that the road space of Calcutta is around 6 to 7% if you compare with respect to the other cities like Delhi, Mumbai, Chennai. Today in the morning when I was walking then the Park Street, I took a picture from my mobile. The encroachments are there, it is nicely tied, and in the evening it will again get opened. So because of the encroachment etc., the percentage 6 to 8% further reduces to 5%. And this is a very common phenomena. Now when you travel from one part of the city to other part of the city, you can see the kind of air pollution, the kind of noise pollution. It has got PM 2.5, it is one parameter. It is 17 times the recommended value by WHO. Similarly, the AQI, Delhi is above Calcutta, but AQI also it is very high. Noise pollution, yes, it is again in some of the busy area you can see that we have got the decibels which is much more than the permitted values. So then the things come to our mind, what is the solution to this? The solution is that we need to have the grade separated mass transit system. This is the only solution, and it was conceived long back by B.C. Roy, then the Chief Minister. So this was all about the Kolkata city. Now let us talk about the Kolkata Metro, a journey which I just wanted to tell. Mr. Manish has explained very nicely, and he has also given the roadmap of execution of further metro in time to come. This is one picture. It is part of that particular book, souvenir, which was unveiled. This is again this picture which I had collected from the net. It is there in that particular souvenir. That time the technology was not there, so Syam Bazar, Belgachia section, sill tunneling using the compressed air and the airlocks were used. So this is the Times of India on the left side, today's picture. And it was very nice on behalf of GM sir that down the memory lane he had organized the marathon, walkathon, and the basically journey. This is a picture on the right side. This is a paper clipping of which came in Delhi around 7-8 days back. So the question comes, why and when was it needed? This is a Supreme Court's order last week only related to Calcutta Metro, where the Supreme Court also says the metro should have been brought to India long back, and in Calcutta it should have come around 30 years back. So we are late. So it is needed because of the traffic, because of the growth of the vehicles, because of the pollutions and time saving. So it has got large number of advantages. It has got the energy consumption is less, journey is more reliable, comfortable, safer. Then only road space which is required is 3 meters for the purpose of the piers, and if it is underground then only the entry and exit, and it reduces the journey time. The ridership part, again, it was covered by Manish Jain, and I just wanted to show that in 84-85, this is the ridership. Now, very few people know that Dr. Sridharan was associated with the metro project. So I have got a small video clipping, and the previous speaker had said about this. If this works. So what he was saying is that Calcutta Metro, he had an association for about 5 years, 1970 to 75, and I don't know. Is it possible to run this video clip? ये video clip चल सकता है? चलो. There are two options. Either I should. Anyway, presently, there are around 60 kilometers of metro is in operation, and in next maybe 2 to 3 years, the entire sanction work get completed. The Naupada Badanagar Dakshineshwar Metro was the metro by RVNL, which was commissioned in the year 2021, and see the RVNL being the CPSC, DMRC is not CPSC. So it was the first CPSC which had executed the project right from the concept of DPR to execution and commissioning. Joka is planet, there is a separate presentation by Chief Project Manager, RVNL. I have got few pictures, and this Majarhat station is first of its kind, which has been constructed over a yard, suburban traffic, and integration of passengers, basically interface with the suburban stations and the nearby area. So this was underground alignment. Yes, it was subsequently a material modification of the original work, which was got sanctioned in the year 2017-18. So that particular work has started, and 3 stations. The physical work has commenced. The Kavi Subhas to airport, it is another very important line of orange line we call it. And two sections have been completed. One has basically the operation is going on, and the second section, the operation can commence very shortly. I had visited a large number of countries. So this is a Paris maintenance depot, and on the right side you can see the Madrid maintenance depot. I had taken pictures, and accordingly, Joka maintenance depot, I do not know if everyone has visited. I would request Mangu Singh sir also, that it is a state-of-art kind of infrastructures which we have constructed, the Joka maintenance depot. And the area was full of basically a lowland area. We did the soil improvement works, and then we got this Joka maintenance depot. We had taken a lot of green initiatives for this particular depot, which includes the natural lights, the turbo vents, then treatment plants, sewage treatment plants, and of course the plantation and the horticultures. The Metro car depot at Kavi Subhas was not part of the original work. Then we decided that we should have one depot, and one small depot was constructed. Badanagar Barakpur, again, it is yet to take off. So the question is that what is the road map in India? So we are already in transition from Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav to basically Amrit Kal. So by 2047, we are going to have 5,000 kilometers of metros. So in 75 cities. So this is another video. I do not know whether it will run or not. There is a problem. So what are the benefits of the metro? When we conduct any analysis, the financial analysis, the IRR, the debt service coverage ratio, sensitivity analysis, worldwide it is negative. The DMRC, sir, I will quote the balance sheet of DMRC 2022-23, which is there in the public domain. The profit after tax is around 2,000 crores. So then how to justify this? This nomenclature, the project appreciation benefit, project exploitation benefit, project impact benefits, it is very common, but I have given these names. So when we talk about the project appreciation benefit, the moment we do the notification, the price of the land goes up. So what Lucknow Metro, Bangalore Metro, and the NCRTC had done, that they had signed some kind of understanding with the state government, and they have permitted the floor area ratio from 1.5 to 2.5. And whatever extra revenue comes, that is shared between the metro authority and the state government in the 50-50 ratio. So this is one thing which we should consider. Project exploitation benefit, it basically I am talking about the commercial benefits. So we can have the smart exploitations, and the project impact benefit. The moment you travel by the metro, you have got so many things. So the carbon emission, carbon impact, this is 1/10 ease of living, most efficient transport. Now I have got one video, but again I do not know whether it will run or not. There is a problem in the system. Now I will show some pictures. These are the two stations. On the right side you can see the Badanagar station, and on the left side the Dakhineshwar metro stations. It was very difficult to construct when the train on the suburban section was basically continuously moving. One of the challenge was the diversion of 1.9 kilometer Belgaria Expressway. This is about the encroachments. This Dunlop area is again one of the most congested area where we were supposed to make a new road bridge, make new metro, dismantle the old bridge. So you can see the kind of activities which was involved. I still remember total 100 nights blocks were taken almost on continuous days for 4 hours. And then the dismantling of the existing bridge, we use the diamond cutters for removal of those girders. And after completion of the work, we can see the picture that we can see the metro alignment, new. This is the Charyal Khal. You can see that the alignment which was proposed on the left side and when the construction took place. We had made the Hume pipes bridge and it was sufficient, good enough to tackle the load of trailers for the purpose of lifting of segments. Udaipur Khal, it is near Naupada. Construction of piers inside the Khal is always a problematic thing. Then crossing the railway lines. We have used the technology and innovations which now almost all the metros are using, and we have, since metro is here is part of the Indian Railways, so it was new to the Indian railway system. For the first time we used this indigenous rails. All the metro systems are importing the rails. For the first time RVNL, we placed the orders for the rails which was manufactured by Jindals at Raigad, and based on the credentials, subsequently Pune Metro and other metros have started using it. When we are doing so much of metro projects, we need to encourage the indigenous material, indigenous things. We have got some new concepts used. This is a Joka model. I would request PCEE, Mr. Asim Majumdar, he was General Manager Electrical that time. And we had made a book, which is known as Joka model, and it was circulated to all the metro authorities by Ministry of Urban Development. And it has saved around 52 crores. I still remember that it was appreciated by at various forums. Then we use this for the purpose of lighting in the various stations, the computer generated models, ETAP software solutions, illuminations, and here in Calcutta we are using the 750 volt DC because it has got huge advantages. And in my opinion, the biggest advantage is that we are not changing basically disturbing the skyline. It looks very odd when we are having the overhead equipments. So these are the benefits when we are having this 750 volt DC. The grade of automation, yes, we are going to have the CBTC, but we are keeping some controls with the drivers. Then BMS, normally it is implemented for the underground metros, but for the first time for the elevated metros, we have used it. And I would request our General Manager Electrical or ED Electrical to make a presentation to GM sir. And sir, under your guidance, this is one of the best thing which we have done, sir. And through the station master's control, he can see anything and he can control. And RVNL is not only limited to the metros in Calcutta. Now we are executing 7 metros. The first project which we took through the bidding was the Indore Metro, where we conducted the trial within 1.5 years. And Mangu Singh sir once went there, and he also visited to our site and he appreciated, and the chief project manager also got a tap from him. We are executing 4 packages in Chennai Metro. So the question comes, why metro not on fast track in Kolkata? So the very first thing comes to the mind is that the 0% participation of the state government with nil ownership and removal of encroachment, land acquisition. So I have got one, see, this is a paper clipping of Times of India yesterday's only, that RVNL plea for day-night traffic block at Metropolitan. Had the state government been involved in this, they would have certainly felt the pain of not giving the block. On the right side in the Dakshineshwar Metro, there is a letter from our CMD where the dates of meeting with the chief secretaries were mentioned from 2011 to 2017, and these 500 encroachments took more than 5 years. Then change of alignment and non-availability of the... So one example is the Mahesh Bathan area, where the contract was available, the notification was basically issued, and then a decision was taken by the state government that you please change the alignment or you get some studies done. And after 5-7 years, again the same alignment we were asked to follow the same alignment. Then poor health of the existing flyovers. So whenever we are working nearby any of the flyovers, there are big issues. On the right side, we can see some of the pictures of the Baga Jatin ROB. I was senior DN coordination here in 2002 to 6, and that time this particular bridge was having some problems. And one day, all of a sudden, they came out and said that because of your work, the potholes are getting created and the bridge is unsafe. Then the Telegraph newspaper cutting was available with me, and then I showed to them that this is not the reason is something else. Mazarhat bridge, again, it was not permitted, and then all of a sudden, one day that particular bridge collapsed, and then they said it was because of this. But you can see the condition of the bridge which was inspected 2 months before that particular collapse. I was aware, I normally keep a track of the technical papers. So there was a technical papers in 1965 January, Concrete General. So I sent one person to the Jadavpur University, and he could get the copy of the journal where we could see that the basically a pre-stress diagram we can see on the left side. It's very less, it is around 50 Newton per millimeter square, which was very less. And on the right side, you can see that a lot of loading was added to this. So I was 100% sure that it is only because of that. And ultimately it was proved. We involved IIT Mumbai and IIT Guwahati. They made beautiful reports. Further experiences, I will say, when we are working in the urban environment, we are supposed to take care of so many things. So this Vivekanand flyover, again this video will not work, I am sorry. This is a beautiful video where we can see the live how this undercasting girders, basically slab, collapsed. So the KMRCL was given the responsibility of restoration of the disaster, and there were few spans which got entangled, so we got involved in that, and we removed that. So we had the access of seeing the report by IIT Kharagpur. This is Bardhaman Cable State Bridge. Sridharan sir was also involved in Pamban restoration. Recently we have completed this Pamban bridge, and none of the video is working anyway. These are some of the pictures. This is related to the congestion, removal of yard. We are executing large number of turnkey projects, and all those turnkey projects have been completed on very fast track for the purpose of manufacturing and maintenance of the various kinds of rolling stocks. This video will also not move. So what I wanted to tell is that in Calcutta people are very nice, and they prefer comfort. And the moment there is a discomfort, and project implementation is always a basically exercise which is painful exercise. So the growth is there, and we should realize that the day we plant the seed is not the day we will eat the fruit. This is an American author come futurist who says that it is time to learn, unlearn and relearn. This is some of the quotes by the Honorable Prime Minister only 2 days back. So what I will do is I will play few videos because I could not play those videos there. So I'll start with the video of Sridharan sir, if it is there. Huh? First this video you see. The sound बढ़ाओ. Sound. Sound नहीं आएगा. Yeah. what he's saying is that infrastructure means ease of living, ease of basically. Yeah, oh yeah. Oh yeah.
इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर यानी तेज विकास। इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर यानी लोगों के जीवन में आसानी। इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर यानी व्यापार कारोबार में आसानी। इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर यानी रोजगार के लाखों नए अवसरों का निर्माण। और
Why?
इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर यानी तेज विकास।
Why I wanted to show this particular video was that the analysis, the financial analysis may not be viable, but we'll have to understand those three things and plus what exactly infrastructure means. I have got one. This is a. This is Pamban Bridge. So basically, we are waiting for the inspection and then authorization and then dedication to the nation. AI has to play a big role. This is a robot painting which we made at Jhansi workshop. So you can see the flyover which got collapsed. I have got a small video that we can see that the traffic is going on. There was no protection, and all of a sudden it collapsed. Then Honorable Railway Minister at the end.
यही समय है, सही समय है, भारत का अनमोल समय है। कुछ ऐसा नहीं जो कर न सको, कुछ ऐसा नहीं जो पा न सको। तुम उड़ जाओ, तुम जुट जाओ, सामर्थ्य को अपने पहचानो।
So these are some of the motivational videos which I thought I should share this. But had it been with the presentation, then probably you would have felt it better. And in the end, I would like to tell that I had a planned program for visiting Mumbai. I was invited by the steel construction industry. So when I got the invitation, then I thought I should accommodate this also. I have got a flight at 1:30, so I'll have to leave it. So I would request GM sir, please forgive me. Next time I'll come and I may be able to present in a better manner. Thank you very much, sir.
Extremely thankful to you, sir, for your insightful presentation. Thank you for sharing your experience with us. We are more than delighted to have you here amongst us and also to hear your experiences. We also got to know a bit more about the Metro Railway Kolkata since the days of beginning till date, the beautiful journey that we have come across, and we have grown better and bigger over the years, and miles to go ahead in the future as well. Thank you, sir, once again for your time and for your presentation. Thank you. Well, now, ladies and gentlemen, coming up next is our next speaker. He who graduated in civil engineering from the University of Roorkee, 1979, with an outstanding academic performance. Thereafter, he joined the elite Indian Railway Services of Engineers, IRSE. He joined Delhi Metro Rail Corporation at the inception stage in November 1997 and was the CEO for more than 10 years. Under his leadership, DMRC has grown in network length from 190 kilometers to 390 kilometers. He is also the instrumental in planning and creating metro rail projects in various states of India like Mumbai, Hyderabad, Bangalore, Chennai, Kolkata, Lucknow, Kochi, Jaipur, and Ahmedabad. He played an important role in completing the Kolkata Metro project. He has successfully led the registration of world's first ever CDM project, Delhi Metro, with UNFCC and earned carbon credits for DMRC. He is featuring amongst the 100 great IITians. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Dr. Mango Singh, Principal Chief Advisor and former MD, DMRC, former Deputy CE, Metro Railway Kolkata. A very warm welcome to you, sir.
Namaskar, and I thank General Manager and the organizer of this celebration, 40 years of Kolkata Metro, for making me the part of this celebration. I don't have nice pictures to be presented before you, or nor the facts and figures. But as you know, I worked in Calcutta Metro. I joined in 89, exactly 35 years back. So I have number of interesting stories to tell you people. My tenure from 89 to 96 was very happening period when the north section was completed. So when I joined in 89, the south section was operational, as you know, Tollygunge Esplanade, and also a small stretch in north, that Belgachia Shyambazar, Belgachia Damdam, and the north section Esplanade to Shyambazar, Belgachia, this was under construction. To be very frank, it was not a very pleasant to start with in Calcutta Metro. I did not like me to be posted in Calcutta Metro at that time. As you know, the project was moving at a very slow pace, was very notorious as far as the infrastructure project is concerned in the country. Nobody wanted to be posted in Calcutta Metro. And the posting was considered as dumb posting. And when I joined, I was made in charge of the south section where the trains were operating. Only some minor works were balanced. But my job was to clean the muck. You understand cleaning muck? Mr. Mukherjee knows. More than 40 arbitration cases, 100 final bills to be cleared, to be finalized. This was my job. And as you know, it was not easy those days to finalize the bills because the material used to be supplied by the department, steel, cement, structural steel, and therefore material reconciliation, variation statements, vitiations in number of cases, and large number of disputes and non-scheduled items. It's a long story, not very pleasant, as I mentioned, almost a frustrating sort of experience. Over and above that, the north section was under lockdown. Have you ever heard? This will be a news to many of you. Lockdown in a construction project. The south section, as I mentioned, was done in a manner where large number of contracts were there. The entire length was split in number of packages, horizontally and vertically. As mentioned, every kilometer, sections were per kilometer. And for every kilometer, there was a separate agency for utility diversion. Then diaphragm wall construction, separate agency. Then excavation and construction of box, another agency. And then doing tunnel, further system work, including track and all that, subsequent agencies. And all these agencies interface, you can imagine the problem. The diaphragm wall contractor blamed utility contractor for delay, and utility contractor could not do because it requires number of approvals, depend on the local agencies. And the excavation contractor blamed diaphragm wall contractors, saying the diaphragm walls are not done as per the proper alignment. There were infringements. They could not construct the box of the desired dimension. So it required chipping, cutting of the diaphragm wall. So each one linked with the other, claim of one contractor on account of the other. And as usual in the department, the easiest path was a diaphragm wall contractor's claim was recovered from utility contractors, and the box contractor's claim was recovered from the diaphragm wall contractor. So you have disputes in all the contracts. And that is why there were 40 arbitration cases. Mr. Mukherjee knows he was also arbitrator in some of the cases. And you will not believe, in 1 year, I as a deputy chief engineer had to attend more than 100 arbitration hearings. You can imagine the type of job. And as I mentioned, the north section, by then probably the management realized this problem of interface and all that. So the north section was executed with the help of big packages, not 1 kilometer each. So there were 2 packages from Esplanade to Belgachia, just 2 packages, big package, almost 3 kilometers each. And the scope of contractor was including everything, utility, diaphragm wall, excavation, box construction, everything, so that those interface issues were. And as I mentioned, there was a lockout. And after the lockout was lifted sometime in 91, this was probably the first case in the history of Indian Railway where the revision of rates were agreed to the contractor. The rates were revised at the board level. The contracts were very big from the standards of those days. I think one contract was 125 crore, another was 150 crore. So very, very big contract at that time. So as I mentioned, though the experience starting was not very pleasant, but I made out of this the best. Whatever I have achieved in my career was mainly because of whatever difficulties I faced working in Calcutta Metro. I learned from each and every difficulties and made sure that these are not repeated elsewhere. So that is why you see the smooth working in Delhi Metro and many other part of the country, particularly the underground works. It's mainly because of the learning of Calcutta Metro. Somebody mentioned about the difficulties. Yes, there are a number of difficulties. There are certain things which I will tell you, probably you may not be aware. In Calcutta, the drainage system is such that every drop of rain, particularly the major part of the Calcutta, has to be pumped out. There is no natural flow. And also another peculiar thing, is maybe again a sort of a news to you. Typically what you have, the ground slopes towards the river. Therefore the flow of drainage is towards the river. But in Calcutta it is not so. The Hooghly river is at higher level and the ground slopes away from Hooghly. And the entire drainage system goes towards the east from the west. And our alignment of cut and cover was more or less parallel to the Hooghly. And you can imagine if the drains, if the drainage system overflows, and particularly depending on the pumping downstream, the whole city remained flooded. And if the whole city remained flooded, your cut also remained flooded. So this was another big problem of doing by cut and cover method. Now I will narrate some of the incidences or important happenings during those north section construction. The first was, you see, the tunneling was being done between Shyambazar and Belgachia, and you just saw it was presented that those tunnel boring machines were not like today's tunnel boring machine. The tunnel boring machines were done under the compressed air, meaning thereby the excavation was done manually, and in order to protect the soil, the air pressure was created. And during the lockdown, the machine was not working. And the machine was not working, meaning what? You have to maintain that pressure, air pressure. And therefore the air compressor has to continuously to run, whether lockdown or no lockdown. It's like open heart surgery. You open the chest and say, okay, I'll take tea and I'll come back, then only I will do the surgery. So it was like that only. The contractor was then given a directive that he will keep the air pressure maintained throughout this period, whatever is the time, and he will be compensated. And one day somebody made a, I'll say, mistake or deliberate thing, saved something on fuel and all that. The compressor was switched off, there was no air pressure, and whole thing collapsed. And luckily there was no casualty because the area was not habited at the surface. And then the main contractor, this was the beauty, the main contractor was happy only in only the creamy work, not in difficult type of work. So this portion then, I think many of you may be knowing, the beauty of tunnel boring machine, or I will say difficulty in tunnel boring machine, is that it can go forward, cannot come back. Because the moment it moves forward, the lining is done, and there is no possibility of tunnel boring machine to be retrieved from backside. So the only possibility was, and you can't go forward because it's collapsed, whole thing is collapsed. So this portion of, I think it was about 100 meter, was done through the local contractors. We did not have at that time the luxury of having international contractors, international expertise, the advisors, it was not there. So we did it with the help of a local contractor. We developed locally, and for the first time, instead of diaphragm wall, we did secant piling and got that work done through cut and cover method. And the tunnel boring machine was retrieved by gas cutting from inside. Part by part, this was removed. Then another thing happened during that tunneling only. The segments, you know, the lining, the circle is made with the help of segments. 7 segments, they will form one ring. So at one location, the segments distorted. The circle did not remain the circle. And therefore, it was not possible to fix your alignment because you can't change the curvature. So what was required to rectify those segments? Again, no international contractor was available. Main contractor simply raised their hand. So we engaged a very small local contractor and then removed one by one. It was a risky preposition, but it was done by doing the grouting first, stabilizing the soil outside, removing ring one by one, scooping the soil, putting it back to make it complete circle. So this type of work was done. Today, we don't even think that this could be done. So when we say that it was a difficult situation at that time, but then there are so many positive things. We could do some innovative things, and contribute. 228 CR Avenue, I think just short of Greece Park. When we were doing cut and cover and we went to the final level of excavation, as you know, the diaphragm wall is below the final excavation level, about 2 to 3 meters, to protect the flowing of soil from outside to inside, which is called upheaving. So when we reached the final level and we were ready to cast the base slab next day when we went there, we realized this upheaval and the whole thing went up by about 100 millimeter to 150 millimeter. And then the moment we tried to excavate to go to the final level, we found the building by the side, that is 228 if I remember correctly. This was settling down, whole thing was tilting. So we did not have time to correct it. I was only a deputy chief engineer. But then the management had given so much confidence, so much free hand. And it was not today when you can call your general manager or chief engineer on mobile phone and get the direction. So I took a decision at site that we will cast the base slab at this level only, and cast it quickly so that whole thing is stabilized. So we did it, meaning thereby we were having the base slab about 150 mm above the design level. So the whole alignment was required to be then redone again. The adjacent slab which were already cast had to be made up and do the leveling again. Tilting of large number of buildings. Are you all aware that we had large number of buildings damaged during construction of north section? Some buildings were in fact collapsed, rebuilding was done, and these were all basically corner buildings. So whether it is GC Avenue, Bihari Ganguly Street, or Kolatola Street, or Madan Mohan Burman Street, all the corner buildings, they were all actually settled badly. This was mainly because the number of utilities were crossing our alignment, particularly the water pipelines, stormwater drains, sewer lines, and the local authorities did not allow us to divert them. So what was done? Diaphragm wall was constructed, leaving those gaps, leaving the utility in position, and with the methodology that when we excavate, we will cover that portion with the help of, we call it legging plate. Keep on welding the steel plate to stop the soil coming. But this is the very risky affair, very vulnerable position. You have utility, even a minor leakage will allow the leakage of water going into the cut. It will take the soil with it, and the cyclic process, more and more soil, more and more settlement, more leakage, and ultimately you will find buildings at the corners, all the four corners. So this was a very, very good experience. We could not do much in Calcutta because this was done, given. It's like a crippled baby born in your family. You have to carry that. But in future you can take care. So in Delhi, I took a decision. I was in charge of the entire underground in Delhi. And I took a decision, we will not leave any gap in diaphragm wall. And also the technology improved like anything. The diaphragm wall we used in Delhi are permanent walls. In Calcutta, it was temporary walls. And the technology to know exactly the quality of wall is there now. It was not there at the time when we did in Calcutta. So we had windows in diaphragm wall. So when you excavate, go down, there was a possibility of soil rushing from outside, causing settlement. Then of course, very strict site management. In Calcutta, when CR Avenue cut and cover work were going on, I do not know if some of you are aware, our cut and cover portion was a dump place for all sorts of garbage from outside. Our site was not isolated. We did not have that concept. When we asked the contractor, he said, give money, give additional money, then only I will give, because this was not envisaged at the time of bidding. So we took care of all these problems in Delhi and other underground. Another incident, I remember the Chandni Chowk station, the day this was opened, I don't remember the exact date. I think it was either July or August. And the inauguration was done by, flagging off was done by the then CRB. And a small function was held in the mezzanine of Esplanade Station. I was in charge of the of the section of North section at that time. So after the inauguration, when the inaugural function was over, when we came out, everybody was in a celebratory mood, went home. But as a deputy chief engineer, I found this whole road was flooded. There was very heavy rain during the period when the function was going on in the underground station. So when I came out, the whole road was flooded. And after the flagging off ceremony, it was announced that from 5 o'clock in the evening, the commercial services will start to Chandni Chowk. So I went to the Chandni Chowk station just to see that are we ready for 5 o'clock starting. Another biggest problem at that time was, particularly when I say me as a deputy chief engineer, I was here. Deputy chief engineer was the lowest person available to attend any contingency on the project side, because the people down below, Axion, AEN and IWs, we were not able to contact them. We did not have the mobile phone. So even if there is some contingency, they will simply move off, catch hold of the first bus and go away, and then you can't catch them. So deputy chief engineer was the poor fellow, because he lived in the metro flat, so he was available there. So when I reached there, and I was standing in front of the ticket counters, immediately the water started gushing from top, as if some pipe had been opened, and it came down, and the whole mezzanine was flooded within no time. Water started going down onto the platform and onto the track. So what was there actually? There was a opening left in the roof to take some utilities outside. And finally, that route of those utilities was changed from the shaft side, but at side people forgot to close this opening. And during construction, a temporary wooden block was put into that, and during flooding, because of the buoyancy, this wooden block came out. Luckily, this was sort of flash flood. Within half an hour or so, the water receded. I went up with the help of a contractor man, got it closed again. This was an incident. Another incident, the Mahatma Gandhi Road station was still under finishing and was not operational, but line was through. The trains were moving through while the MG Road station was still finishing works were going on. The tunnel ventilation shaft was under construction. It was not ready at that time. It was 19th or 20th October 95, if I remember correctly. It was again Durga Puja side. I was on leave. I told the contractor, this was a typical, I think everybody understand, that any structure which is being constructed to finally connect to the box should not be connected unless you are above the ground level on the outside. So this was the instruction to the contractor. I was on leave. Unfortunately, chief engineer decided to review the progress of these balance works. And the contractor complained about the deputy chief engineer, that, sir, he is not allowing us to break this diaphragm wall so that we can simultaneously complete the box and give the connection. He then directed that start immediately. And he started breaking the diaphragm wall broken, but this structure was not yet above the ground level. And on 20th of October or 20th, 21st October, this was very unusual rainfall in Calcutta during October. So whole thing was flooded, water went into the station, track was flooded, and the train services were required to be stopped shortly for I think 4, 6 hours or 8 hours. So this was another incident was coming to my mind. I will not be culprit of delaying you more further, though the tradition in railway is that if a train is late already, you have luxury to make it more late, no doubt. I wish the Calcutta to get out of this curse of projects getting delayed badly. This east-west line, if I give you the example, north side, everybody knows, 25 kilometer. And at that time, people used to say that there is a competition between Vivekanand Bridge and Calcutta Metro, who wins the race of delaying maximum. But so now east-west I was talking. This east-west actually, as in DMRC, we were interim consultant. We actually initiated the first priority corridor tenders were invited and finalized by us only, way back in 2008. Now it's almost 16 years, at that time it was 13.5 kilometer line. Even today it is not complete. I personally feel there is a curse. During this period, Delhi Metro has constructed more than 190, in fact 300 kilometers. From 2008 to 2018, we have added 300 kilometers, which included 55 kilometers underground. So I wish this curse, somehow we get out from here. Yes, there are reasons, there are justifications. You can always keep on giving the justification, but that really does not help. I like to close here. I once again congratulate all of you, and I wish that you progress fast, you progress in a better manner and contribute to the convenience to the public of Calcutta. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. We're really grateful to you. Firstly, thank you for taking out your precious time and joining us today. It is absolutely an honor for all of us to have you here with us. And then having you here on the stage, sharing your experiences with us is absolutely a cherry on the cake. So can we have a big round of applause once again for sir? Thank you, sir. Well, now, ladies and gentlemen, we'll have a small tea break. I'm sure that all of you are looking forward to have one. So everybody can enjoy your tea, and please be back because we'll continue with your presentations and our speakers in the next 20 minutes. Thank you.
It began as a vision in 1949, a dream of modern transportation for the city of Kolkata. A city so rich in culture, heritage and spirit needed a lifeline that could connect its people, its neighborhoods and its future. The dream of an underground metro took shape in Kolkata as the traffic woes multiplied, along with the burgeoning population of the city. French engineers were invited to conduct studies, and after years of hard work and perseverance, the blueprint for India's first metro system was drawn. The wheels of progress began to turn. 1972. The journey began. It wasn't easy. There were challenges at every step, from funding hurdles to complex land acquisitions, and even logistical nightmares. But the Metro Rail Kolkata project embodied resilience. Engineers and workers employed groundbreaking techniques like diaphragm walls, cut and cover methods, and shield tunneling, transforming India's construction landscape. After years of tireless effort, on October the 24th, 1984, history was made. The first metro ride from Esplanade to Bhawanipur marked a new era for Kolkata, a city now on the path to modernity, progress and connectivity. For the people of Kolkata, the metro became more than just a means of transport. It became a part of their daily lives, a symbol of pride and progress, connecting north to south, east to west. It gave Kolkata a pulse that beats through its tunnels, day and night. The Dum-Dum to Tollygunge line became the backbone of the city. Over the decades,
face this challenge. There are approximately 1,000 trees in the alignment of the project.
It's back. It's time to resume with the seminar. যারা যারা বাইরে রয়েছেন আপনাদের সকলকে অনুরোধ করি আপনারা ভিতরে চলে আসুন এবং বসে পড়ুন। আমরা আবার কন্টিনিউ করতে চলেছি। We will resume with the seminar in the next 5 minutes. So I request all of you to quickly take your seats back. I hope I'm audible outside, and if not, the ones who are inside, you can give them a call or maybe. Yes, that is what I'm asking them to, sir. I'm asking everyone to come back so that we can resume with the seminar. I repeat, the ones who are yet outside, who are enjoying the tea and the snacks, if you can hear me, all of you, please assemble inside the auditorium. It's time that we resume with the seminar. It's a humble and a kind request to each one of you to please do it a little quick because we have few more speakers, we have few more presentations. I repeat, the ones who are yet outside enjoying the tea and the snacks, it's a humble and a kind request to each one of you to please take your seats back. It's time to resume with the seminar. जितने सारे लोग अब भी बाहर हैं, आप सभी से मैं नम्र निवेदन करना चाहूंगी, आप सभी से मैं आग्रह करना चाहूंगी, आप सभी अपने स्थानों पर विराजमान कर जाएं. धन्यवाद. Welcome back, each one of you. I hope that all of you enjoyed the tea and the snacks. Well, now it's time to resume with the technical seminar. And to take the event forward, now I'd like to welcome on dais our next speaker. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I request all of your attention towards the stage. Let's be both mentally and physically present here. Are we? Yes, are we? Ready? Yes, thank you. Thank you so very much. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let me take this opportunity to introduce our next speaker on the stage. He has done his graduation from IIT Kanpur, joined Railways as a IRSE 2003 batch officer. He has worked in the open line and construction. In his 9 years construction tenure, he commissioned 134-kilometer doubling and gauge conversion. Presently, he is looking after important infra projects like Joka Esplanade Metro Project, Kona Expressway, Sita Rampur Bypass, and many more. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Mr. Vipin Kumar, CPM Kolkata 2, Rail Vikas Nigam Limited, Joka BBT Bag Metro Project Purple Line. Can we have a big round of applause as we welcome him on the dais? A very warm welcome to you, sir.
Hello. Thank you. Respected General Manager, Metro Railway, all the dignitaries present in the hall, and dear friends. I am very thankful to Metro Railway for giving me this opportunity to present my section before you. I'm overwhelmed and I'm very humbled to be the Chief Project Manager of the Joka PPD Bark section. As I take you through my section in the next 20 minutes, you will see that this project is a story which you can see, a project which is delayed, which is hampered by cost overrun, but at the same time it's important to see the reasons also why it has happened and what can be done in future not to have these kind of problems and how to expedite the construction. Well, this is the map of the Kolkata Metro as of now, and on the bottom left you see the purple line that starts from Joka, and it will be integrated with the green line and the blue line at Esplanade Station. Well, this line was sanctioned in the 2010-11 at a cost of 2619 crores. Today, the latest sanction cost is 4800, and as of now we are revising it to 9872 crores. Ladies and gentlemen, this increase in the cost is purely due to escalation. Now, why this escalation happened, what happened, why it got delayed? In the phase 1, the story goes like this. In the phase 1 is already commissioned, that is from Joka to Taratala. That was this section was inaugurated by Honorable Prime Minister on 30th of December 22. We started commercial services on 2nd of January 23. The second phase was done, was again inaugurated by the Honorable Prime Minister on 6th of March, and the commercial services started from 15th of March. Now the next section that we have is the underground section from Moment put to Esplanade. But this section originally was the elevated section in the DPR. It took a lot of time because the permission has to be sought from the Defense and the MOD, and there was a lot of dialogue between the Ministry of Railway and Ministry of Defense. Finally, they agreed that this can be done only if it is converted from elevated to underground. This sanction happened in the year 2018. Then it took about 5 years to get the working permission from MOD. There was a lot of dialogues, they're all available in the record, and finally the working permission came on 6th of March 2023. Well, we immediately got into the tendering mode, we awarded the tender. This is the alignment of the underground going from Majerhat to Mominpur, and then begins the ramp, and we have 4 underground stations at Khidarpur, Esplanade, Khidarpur, Victoria, Park Street and Esplanade. Now in this Joka BBD Bagh section, since we are celebrating 40 years, I would like to highlight some of the good things that have been done in this project. This is a normal metro station, how it would appear, because the metro goes normally in the median of the road and the elevated corridor is constructed like this. But one of the stations that is constructed in this section is different, and it's quite outstanding and unique in certain ways. This is the Majerhat section. There is a Majerhat station, and I've chosen this station to showcase because it's different from the other stations. It's the first, India's first, the metro station that is constructed over a railway yard. As you see, there are 2 boxes, these 2 are the buildings, and the actual station is over the railway yard of the Majerhat. And in the Majerhat lies in the Sialda division of Eastern Railway. There are 2 lines. One is the Sialda, this line on the left hand side you are seeing, it goes to the Bajbaj line, and there is a line that goes to Damdam also. So it is the circular railway, and the Baliganj Bajbaj section gets connected with the metro railway, and it's a kind of first multimodal connectivity that we are talking here, because the metro passengers can directly get directly access to the platforms of the Sialda suburban station, and once they get out of the station, then they have the bus connectivity also there. When it was being planned, this is how the Majerhat station was planned and integrated with the existing railway station. We had 3 options, A, B and C. If we have option B and C were the easier options, they would make the Majerhat station look like any other metro station, but then we would not have the direct connectivity as we have in the option A, where it is directly connected to the platforms of the suburban railway. So we chose the option A. This was the design philosophy as explained, why we chose option A over option B and C. And the challenge was that you had to do piling right in the yard of Majerhat. So there are 6 tracks, and in between the track center is also very less. And obviously when you are doing piling adjacent to the running trains, there are safety aspects involved. So we had to suspend one line, work out a way where we caused minimal disruption to the railway traffic, and at the same time executed the entire work of piling, the substructure and launching of girders. There are 6 tracks as I said, and the girders were launched over the Majerhat yard, and finally the platform and the concourse is over the railway yard itself. Well, these are some of the photos. This is the connectivity of the metro with the suburban railway. Well, this is the certain structural details. The 4 foundation that are constructed in the running lines, 1 meter thick wall type pier shaft, and the composite girder being adopted, and the entire work was completed in a time of 93 days. This is how it is. This is how a common pier look like. So you see, it has the pier has to be constructed in such a way that it takes the load of all the 3, that is concourse level, the track as well as the platform coming on the same pier. This is the work being done, and it is very, very close. It is very, very close to the cable stayed bridge, which was constructed after the collapse of the Majerhat bridge. And this was covered in the Times of India, Majerhat being the country's first sole metro station above the railway tracks. And I have shown this because since we are celebrating 40 years of metro, and more and more metro projects are getting sanctioned across country, more and more such requirements will come where metro would be crossing the existing railway networks, and this can be a solution that can be adopted. Now I want to show you these 2 sections are commissioned, but with the future of this line. Well, the future of this line is, this line can achieve its intended benefit, its objective, only if we take it right up to the Esplanade, where the people of South Kolkata will be able to go to Esplanade, have an Esplanade would become the ultimate Rajiv Chowk, because there is a green line Esplanade station, there is a blue line Esplanade station, finally the purple line Esplanade station has to come there. These 3 stations get interconnected, so a person from anywhere can go from anywhere. So for example, a person from South Kolkata, if he wants, he can go to the airport taking the metro. If this line does not reach there, everyone knows it does not serve its intended benefit. And why I am making this a statement, you will know in my future slides. This is how the underground section as of now looks like. We have four the underground stations, the Khidarpur, the Victoria, Park Street and Esplanade, and in between there are twin tunnels. The tunnel between Khidarpur and Victoria is about 1.7 kilometers, and Victoria and Park Street is about 0.9 kilometers. So we will be doing total tunneling of 2.6 kilometers into the twin tunnels. This will be done by the tunnel boring machine. So we are in the advanced stage. The tunnel boring machine we are getting from Heron Connect this December 9, so approximately after 1.5 months, we have the FAT scheduled at Chennai, and we will begin our initial drive after probably February is the expected time when we will begin the drive. Why are the metro projects complex, and why more so in Calcutta or this area? Well, I could fit only these many agencies in this slide. There are actually equally more. As I will show you that in metro project, first is forest department, the kind of interaction, the kind of clearances that we have to get from these departments, and it takes a lot of time actually in getting these clearances from KMC police. So as we said, we are the construction agency for the metro network, but we require on day-to-day basis a lot of support from every department, and unless all of us come together, it becomes too difficult to take the project forward. This project has two, I would say, two difficulties, which even today seem unsurmountable, and sometimes I also get perplexed as to whether I'll be able to complete this project or not. But it is our grit and determination that we are bound to complete this project no matter how long it takes. We will go every door and we will knock every door to get every clearance and complete this project. Two things I would like to highlight here. What are the major challenges even today to complete this project? Well, we had land acquisition. Every metro project suffers from land acquisition, but there are these three are unique, which I would like to highlight. Well, CMRI hospital, we needed a very small piece of land, just a strip of 5 meters. And CMRI would, normally it is acquired through the competent authority. The CMRI would not give its land. The reason they cited was that, we are doing very high precision operations, and when the metro would run, there would be a lot of vibrations in our building, and you will not believe the kind of logic they give, and what happens if my cracks come in my building, or if the operation if some doctor cuts the wrong nerve, who will take the responsibility? I was there in this meeting when it happened. We convinced them, we'd have done the vibration analysis, we shared with them, and despite of that, they went to the court and court. We had to fight it out in the court, and finally it took us about 2 years to get it from them. Now the court order has come just on 16th of August that they have to hand it over to us in next 6 months. And we have to continue convincing them, because the order has come from High Court. We are not sure whether they'll go to Supreme Court or not. So this is the kind of environment we have to work in, and they are engineers. And when I held a meeting with their director, I was convincing them, see what certificate, who can give you the best certificate in the country. We have L&T as our contractor. We have IIT Guwahati as the proof checking agency. We have Yuxel Tumas, an international consultant. Everybody is here. What certificate you want from anybody? Despite giving certificate, this case, which should have been settled here, was ultimately settled in the court. And why I mentioned Supreme Court, I'll just tell you. Second is the Consulate General of Nepal case. We need a small piece of land here also. Again, now Consulate General of Nepal is important because they are a sovereign land. You cannot just acquire them like that. So we had to convince, we had a lot of meetings. They would not go to, we are ready to give them land in Salt Lake area or wherever it is available. But they would not take land there. They want, so ultimately the case was settled that they would go for swapping. If we acquire certain land adjacent to their plot, then they would be happy, they would take this land and swap the land in the case. When that land has been acquired, well, the person whose land was acquired has gone to the High Court. So this case has also gone to the High Court, and we are fighting it out in the High Court again. The third is the Kolkata police land. We require, this is, and I believe that we can win the first case we have won. Second case is also a matter of time. We will win by the time we complete other works. But Kolkata police land is totally between us and the state government. That is where we require the help of state government. If state government wants, they can give us today. I will show you why it is so simple. Then we have the environmental issues, a very, very big environmental issue. As I speak, Rather, I'll take some time to come back to this. Environmental, we have to remove, I have not used the word cutting deliberately, we have to remove 1,000 fully grown trees in the Maidan area, and everyone knows there are a lot of NGOs here who call the Maidan area as the lung of Kolkata. They are just not ready for any kind of disturbance here. Then we have the heritage structure and a very big legacy problem called the BC Roy market. Now this is the strip of land that I was talking, and how just a strip of land is what we need, and despite that everything goes to the court here, and we are offering all kind of compensation, everything that can be done across a table. Well, this is the Kolkata police case. You see we require this much of land here, the yellow line, the infringing barracks. Now these are very dilapidated barracks of Kolkata police, and the occupancy is only about 20%. They are empty. So what did we do? We offered them a better solution. Well, this is a small site, but if you can see, we offered them that we will make new G+12, G+7 buildings for you, brand new, with all the facilities. Just swap the land, and if you want, we can give you compensation. You claim how much you want, we'll give it to you, and we can get it settled. But they have not agreed to this, and they said that you please change your alignment. Now everyone knows we already have done the Joka to Mominpur patch. The ahead also the work is already going on, the launching shaft and 3 stations are getting constructed. There is actually no way to change the alignment. This is the Diamond Harbour Road, one side is the Kolkata police, the other side is the Mahalakshmi Mandir. Now we can't go into the Mahalakshmi Mandir, and this is a vacant piece of land, just some buildings you can see, just some buildings, and we are ready, and this is a very big complex. There is enough space here where we can make new buildings for them, and this case can be settled. But unfortunately, no result, and because of which this has become the critical path activity in this entire project, because unless we acquire this, we will not be able to start the Khidirpur station. If we come, and today out of 4 stations, the work has already going on, started in 3 stations. This now, if we do not construct Khidirpur station, even as of now, I don't know how the metro track is going to go through, and what is the purpose of construction of all the 3 stations. We have been trying to convince state government. I just hope that the good sense will prevail, and we will get this land very soon. This is a major issue of, as I said, there are 1,000 trees that are to be transplanted here. I have used the word transplanted because when we said about cutting, there is an NGO that went to the court again. The court, when they went to the court, we gave them the solution that we are not going to cut a single tree. We will do the 5 times compensatory plantation that is to be done, and apart from that, all 1,000 trees are going to be transplanted. And this has become one of the projects across India where we are not cutting a single tree. All trees are being transplanted, and we have documented. So this case went on in, the PIL was filed, this case went on in Calcutta for a very long time. Finally, on 20th of June 2024, this year, we have won the case in High Court, and High Court allowed us to do the plantation. We started out of 1,000, we did 154. Now the PIL filing person, that NGO, they have gone to the Supreme Court. And as I am presenting this case today, our case is being heard in Supreme Court today, and we have hired the Solicitor General Shri Tushar Mehta to represent this case. And I knew the day that we got this clearance from High Court that they will go to Supreme Court. So whatever we have done, we have documented it, and this 2-minute video that I am about to show you is being showed in the Supreme Court also. Sound for this, please.
In modern times, one of the challenges faced in planning infrastructural projects is maintaining a delicate balance between development and environment. The prestigious and technically complex project of Mominpur Esplanade Underground Metro in the great city of Kolkata also faced this challenge. There are approximately 1,000 trees in the alignment of the project. In normal circumstances, trees are felled by doing compensatory plantation. But in this case, RVNL not only did 5 times compensatory plantation against each tree, but also transplanted each and every tree without cutting a single tree. You heard it right. All the trees in this project have been transplanted. RVNL and L&T collaborated and prepared a detailed method statement to execute this work of transplantation in a scientific manner under expert supervision. The big and heavy trees are first trimmed to make them lighter and transportation ready. Then the soil near the tree is excavated. The roots of the trees are treated with special chemicals to enable them to retain moisture and nutrients during the process of transplantation. The tree is then extracted from the ground using road crane and loaded on a trailer to transport it to its destination. At the location where transplantation is to be done, a JCB is required to excavate the ground and a hydra is required to unload it from the trailer and plant it back. The tree trunk may initially be supported using ropes from the ground till the tree is firmly rooted in the ground. With extra care for a few initial days after transplantation, the survival rate of transplanted trees can be increased. Committed to Sustainable Development, RVNL.
And I would also tell you that there are a lot of constraints here. For example, doing 1,000 trees transplantation requires 27,000 meters square of area. And there is a condition here. When I was senior Indian Coordination Sialda, I gave them a land in Halisar, which is 40 kilometers away. Now, no agency, we have requested KMC, we have requested KOPT, we have requested everyone in Calcutta to give us land to do the transplant. Nobody is giving us. Ultimately, we are very thankful to Eastern Railway who gave us in Kamardanga. So that was a site where there were a lot of encroachments. We are developing that site and we are doing the transplantation there. So you have to find 27,000 meters square within Calcutta only to do the transplantation. Despite all that, and when we are ready to talk to that NGO, I approach that NGO that you talk to me, you tell me what is a better solution, I'll do that also. So they are not even ready to talk to us. They just want to go to the court and fight it out there. Well, after this, having dealt with this problem, there is one very big problem is called the BC Roy market. This BC Roy market is 534 shops here, and it's a legacy problem. Legacy problem because it is actually constructed on defense land. The land belongs to the defense. And there were a lot of efforts. This market is owned by no one. So it's because it's an unauthorized market, so there cannot be any talks of shifting. Plus now it is being there for since 1956, very old. Lot of hands have passed. No, the person who was there the first, he has died, his son has died, and it is in control of someone. Lot of efforts have been made to shift this market. In fact, at one location of the Green Line Esplanade station, we were ready to pay 200 crores to MOD to give us land for shifting this market. But the owners, but the shopkeepers, etc. are not ready to budge. Well, we came up with another innovative solution. We know that having worked in construction department in West Bengal and Eastern Railway, whenever we were doing doubling, we know that encroachment would never get removed actually. So we requested those people that please you move from this side of the line, you sit on the other side of the line and let us take our line through. So we adopted, we suggested a different approach. I called a meeting on 25th of April. We suggested that the Esplanade station can be divided into two parts. I've shown it as A, B and C here. Now B is the existing BC Roy market. So we proposed that first we will make there are 534 shops, so we will make a temporary market using pre-engineered PEB building, which will serve good for 5 years. So we will shift the market from location B to location A, and location A is the area which is under our control. We shift the market to a prefabricated market just adjacent to where it is. We will make a curtain wall, we will construct half the station that is in the area B, and then we will bring the market back to its original location, and then we will construct half the portion in station A. So ultimately the BC Roy market remains where it is and our underground station gets constructed. So I propose status quo. This was accepted by the state government but not accepted by the Ministry of Defense. So all three of us, I mean we, state government and MOD, all three of us to agree if this solution is to be workable. Well, there are certain mechanisms today, for example, the PMG, the Project Monitoring Group, the Pragati. So we went very vociferous and we highlighted every week, every month in the PMG and this to please intervene at the highest level. We are very thankful to General Manager Metro Railway because he wrote a letter to Secretary of Defense, and that letter actually helped us with the Pragati. And on 18th of September, we have got the nod from the Ministry of Defense also that they have agreed to this proposal. And next week, we are beginning the construction of the temporary BC Roy market here. I understand there are a lot of slips between the cup and the lip, but we are determined. We'll see, we'll solve the problem as and when it comes. So this is what we proposed, and the signature, this gentleman's signature, he is the Chief Government Architect of State of West Bengal. He has signed on the drawing here. Well, when we solved the problem of the BC Raw market, we could see literally we could see some light at the end of a tunnel. Speaking of tunnel, we have to construct twin tunnels. Now, tunnel will be constructed here by the tunnel boring machines. These are the various kind of tunnel boring machines that are available in the market today. This, for example, our soil, depending on the nature of soil that you have, hard rock, soft soil, slurry kind of a thing, you have to choose one. On the top right is the EPB, stands for Earth Pressure Balancing machine. So we have chosen the EPB machine for our tunneling here. Then the machine is being manufactured, actually the critical parts are being manufactured at the Heron Connect factory in Germany. They are being imported in the Chennai factory of Heron Connect, and the factory acceptance test of this tunnel boring machine is scheduled, as I said, on December 9, and we will start lowering. The launching shaft is in advanced position. We will lower the machine in the month of January and February, and by February end or March, we will start the drive for the TBM. This is the overall alignment, rather the level of the TBM with a maximum overburden of 17.6 to a minimum overburden of 7.9 meters. Well, I have made this semi-technical, so just highlight some of the good works that we have tried to do here. The tree transplantation I have shown you. As you all know, before doing any tunneling work or any excavation work, we have to do we have to protect the building that are there adjacent to it. So we have to do something called as the building condition survey. So we do this building condition survey, and we prepare based on the degree of damage. We rate it by measuring the crack width. And we do the plexus analysis also. We have this, after doing this building condition survey, the second stage comes, which is called the impact assessment. The impact assessment is done as stage 1, stage 2, stage 3. That's a bit technical, I would skip that. Having done that, basically we have to know that which buildings are critical, which are to be taken care of more, and which are not that critical. Some of the very important, because we would be navigating through some very important buildings here. For example, the Consulate General of Nepal, the St. Stephen's Church, the turf view, that is the where the army officers reside, the HRBC, Victoria Memorial. Fortunately, we are about 234 meters away from the Victoria Memorial, and Victoria Memorial does not come under the ASI, it is under the Ministry of Culture. But yes, we have the Asiatic Society, which is a class 1 structure under the ASI. So there are a lot of complications there. You have to get a lot of clearances for doing these works. So this I just dropped in a slide how the plexus analysis is done. It gives you the settlement contours as to what is the expected settlement at what distance. So for example, this is how the stage analysis is done. For example, of 10 mm is the borderline for the stage 1, and the buildings that are more critical are considered for stage 2 analysis using the tensile strain. Leave that. This is what we get. What is important is, having done the building condition survey, having done the impact assessment, then we prepare the instrumentation plan, and then after approving the instrumentation plan, the instrumentation is done. The instrumentation is like the stethoscope of an engineer, which tells us about the health of the buildings while the work of tunneling is going on. So we have certain instruments, for example, I've shown you here. These are like the building, the ground, and the pavement settlement markers. If you ever happen to go near Victoria Station, and many other buildings, we have already installed these ground and pavement settlement markers. These are the tilt meters. Then we have the crack meters. I will all show you in a video later. This is the crack meter. This is the inclinometer. Inclinometer is put in the D wall, that is the diaphragm wall. Then to just see that your diaphragm wall is actually going vertical, it's not inclining. These are the vibrating wire piezometers and standpipes. This is the real-time monitoring system that will be done later when the tunneling begins. And based on this, we have it's called the AAA system, the alert, action, alarm. So the alert values are arrived, for example, to understand they are 0.5 times half. You have to determine the serviceability limit. The alert values are the 0.5 times the serviceability limit. The action values are the 0.8 times, and then the alert alarm value is the serviceability limit here. We do the noise and vibration monitoring also, because we have to, for example, it is done in terms of PPV, that's called the peak particle velocity, and it is also done in terms of VDV, velocity in decibel. So, for example, CMRI only, ultimately we showed to the court, we submitted all the reports duly signed by IIT Guwahati and the GC, that we have done the scientific study in the CMRI, and we actually found that the vibration levels that were supposed to come in CMRI are a bit, during the construction stage were within the limit, but during the operation stage would be slightly above the limit, and then we are planning the vibration isolation system in front of the CMRI building, and that is how the court also gave us the clearance. This is the vibration analysis, the RDSO type and the Swiss type. So for example, in RDSO, it would be the category 1. Category 1 is a building which is a very important building, any heritage building, any hospital building, etc. Some of the good works are which when we were in railways, we could hear certain things that are being done, but we were not doing those in railways, but we are doing that. For example, the use of couplers. In traditional railway construction, we are not using couplers, but here in the diaphragm wall, instead of lapping, we are using couplers by Dextra. Similarly, in the casting yard, when I was Deputy Chief Engineer Construction, we saw a lot of presentations on the pre-cut and bend bars. So they are useful where you have to do a repetitive thing, because if you bring the rod at your side, then you have to cut it, bend it, it takes time. So we are casting segments, the tunnel segments that we are casting. So in that casting yard, we are already using the pre-cut and bend bars. This was also a new thing which I learned as a CPM, because in concreting we always were very conscious about what cement we are using, what steel we are using, what aggregate you are using, what is the classification of those aggregates. We did not bother so much about the water quality. But here in the casting yard, we have installed the RO plant, because we have to worry about the chlorides and the sulfates in the water, and there is a chiller plant also to maintain the temperature. So the controlled conditions, the concreting is done in a very controlled conditions. The temperature of the water is maintained here as 5 degrees centigrade, and the concrete temperature is also maintained at about approximately 30 degrees centigrade wherever pouring is done. And we have a WhatsApp group also. Now these facilities are there, WhatsApp groups, the PMIS is being done. So where the person who is actually testing is posting the photographs of the thermometer showing the temperature of the concrete. And I'm very happy that we are able to actually achieve a standard deviation of about 1.1 in our concreting system. Well, this is the casting yard that we have established. It's about 5.5 hectares, 12 acres of land. These are the molds where the tunnel segments are cast. This is how they will look like. Each will have 6 segments. So 6 segments will make one ring. We have to do about 3,700 rings for this project. This is the site laboratory there. These are the works that are going on. The D-wall work in the Victoria station, the Park Street station. All these works have started. But we have to solve the problem of the Khidirpur station one way or the other. Otherwise, the project, as we say, that the strength of a chain is that of its weakest link. Today, Khidirpur is the weakest link of this project. Unless we solve this Khidirpur problem, we cannot say when this project will be finished. Because obviously, train will not jump. It has to go through Khidirpur station only. We are thankful to our General Manager, Metro Railway, who has always guided us. And he was there when we started the work of Victoria station. We have started the Esplanade station also. Park Street is already there. Launching shaft is already there. And we are doing in the casting. The ring casting is going on. We have cast, till today, we have cast about 200 rings in the casting yard. So all the works are in advanced stages. This one slide I've just incorporated yesterday. Yesterday there was a meeting, Secretary Transport has called. Now West Bengal government is thinking about this multimodal connectivity, and they want to have this concept of Esplanade, metro, at the Esplanade, where they want to connect metro, roadways, and now waterways also. So they are planning, they have this big plan of doing this, developing the Hooghly River. They want to develop the waterway facility there also. So what they want is that there should be a common, there are 3 stations there, the 3 metro stations of the 3 lines. These should be connected through kind of a common plaza. Then they want to have their electric bus system there, the underground parking, and the bus will have the connectivity from Esplanade to the nearest ferry ghat. So ultimately they want a system which something like the Anand Vihar of Delhi and Esplanade to become the Rajiv Chowk of Delhi. But again, in that meeting also, I did take the opportunity to say that while you are planning big things, how will the metro come to Esplanade if you don't allow us through Khidirpur? Sir, these seminars are important because there are certain things that we do, but it does not get communicated to many more people. We have made a small model room where we underground, because when you go to the underground, everything is happening underground and people do not come to know. For young engineers and for non-engineers also, it's very beautiful. I would have loved to take you, I would love to take you physically there anytime you want, but by the time you do not go there, you can virtually see it from here, sir. Sound, please. This is at Victoria side. It has all the technical details, the 3D models of each and every station. This is the tunnel, the machines that we are using, all the instruments that we are using for the instrumentation. Esplanade station to better appreciate the alignment plan. The TVM model that we are going to use. The soil profiles. Thank you, sir. And with these words, I welcome each and every one of you. Whenever you have time to please come and see the model room, I would personally love to show you. Thank you very much, sir. Yes, please, sir. Yes. Oh, that's a very good question actually. See, these trees are actually beyond Park Street station. We are doing tunneling from Khidirpur to Victoria, and then from Victoria to Park Street. Beyond Park Street to Esplanade is cut and cover actually. So the Park Street station is to be done by cut and cover method. Esplanade station is to be done by cut and cover, and in between Park Street to Esplanade, the 600-meter patch, that is also to be done by cut and cover method. Sir, no, sir, it was not planned. It was the distance between the two D walls is only 300 meters, sir. The D wall of this Park Street station and the Esplanade station, sir. 300 meters from D wall to D wall. The center to center of these two stations is only 600 meters, sir. They are very close to each other. And then, sir, and then there is another thing. Suppose if we are doing tunneling, so we would be able to take two tracks. But in the Park Street station, from Park Street to Esplanade, we have to provide the crossover also with the stabling tracks also. So for providing that crossover and stabling tracks, it has to be cut and cover, sir.
Mr. Kumar, I want to just tell you one thing. The problem which you are facing today regarding pollution and greenery in Victoria station there. This problem was created or faced by Metro in 1985-86 when there was a huge UN drive that trees are being cut, were being cut. So what you can show them that from Villa Planetarium right up to Asiatic Society, I mean to say up to all the greenery you see was not there in 1970s. Those were planted and now they have full grown. So it is jungle you can get, and even the depot for maintenance depot which was there, where the coaches were lower. Now they are full of greenery. So you can keep this in mind.
Thank you so much, sir. I'll do keep in mind and I'll tell them.
That was planted by Manoj.
Oh, thank you. I'll do well to tell them, sir. Thank you, everyone, then.
Hello, check. Thank you so much, Vipin sir, for your presentation and also throwing light on the Joka BBT Bagh Metro project, and also followed by the insightful discussions. Can we have a big round of applause for Mr. Vipin Kumar? Thank you. Well, now, ladies and gentlemen, the next presentation is very interesting and exciting. Well, the next presentation is going to be a virtual presentation, and we will have Mr. Daniel Navascues, Head of Siemens Mobility Telecommunications and SCADA Portfolio, along with Charlene Graf, System Manager for Telecommunications and SCADA from Siemens Limited, to discuss and to present the presentation on the Intelligent Station and Power Management. So ladies and gentlemen, I request all of you to please have your eyes on the LED screen. The speakers will join us through the virtual presentation. Thank you.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Good afternoon, Daniel. Can you hear me?
From my side.
Yes, can you hear us?
Yes. So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Prashant Sahu. I'm a sales manager, mass transit projects in Siemens India. I am delighted to be here today at this technical seminar organized by Metro Railway Kolkata. I'll be assisting our esteemed speakers who are joining us virtually from Spain and Germany. Allow me to introduce our distinguished speakers, Mr. Daniel Navasquez. He's the head of Siemens Mobility, Telecommunication and SCADA portfolio. Charlene Graf, the system manager for telecommunications and SCADA. We are excited to have both Daniel and Charlene with us, even though they are joining us virtually. And I'm here to ensure that their presentation proceeds smoothly. Over to you, Daniel.
Thank you so much. Thank you, colleagues. Thanks for your attention and for joining us today for this great presentation about some of our solutions in the portfolio of Siemens Mobility related to the station control, power control in the railway infrastructure. So I will share my screen. We have some slides prepared for you. Hope that this will be visible. Perhaps, Prashant, you may assist me if this is rightly visible in your screen there.
Yes, it is visible here.
Thank you so much. So today we will talk about what we call the intelligent station and power management, and how Siemens Mobility is developing solutions for this topic as part of our telecom and SCADA portfolio and through a product called Control Guide Digital Station and Power Manager that will be described in the upcoming slides. So the first one describes a bit what's the challenge that I'm sure you are all familiar with, especially in a busy mass transit system like Kolkata Metro, where the management of the station capacity, and especially during peak hours, special events, disruptions, can be challenging, especially because this leads to overcrowding and potential safety risks. So it's essential to maintain operational efficiency in the stations, including the right orchestration across the key elements, key subsystems like escalators, elevators, lighting, the air conditioning systems, tunnel ventilation, and all the different elements that provide comfort and provide operational capabilities into the station. So at the end, the aim of the right connection across these systems refer to an increase and an improvement of the passenger experience by enhancing availability and throughput of the infrastructure. So the Digital Station and Power Manager solution from Siemens is basically a station management system that allows the integration of physical security. So this means, I will activate my pointer. This means all what relates to cameras, access control, intrusion detection system that can be together operated under a single console, a single HMI. The connections to the power SCADA, this means all what relates to overhead catenary systems, traction power substations, and all the elements that allow the right and proper operation of the high voltage systems in the rail infrastructure, along with the building management system, meaning all the operational tools to control escalators, elevators, lighting, HVAC, fire protection, etc., etc. Additionally, all the elements for passenger information, voice control, telephony, and voice operations, voice command operations are also embedded into the tool in a way that you can connect all the subsystems belonging to these domains to provide accurate information to the passengers, accurate operation on all the end devices across the rail stations and the infrastructure as a whole. In the next slide, you see what are the type of systems we are allowing to integrate under a single commanding or dispatching position based on the digital station and power manager. So typically we have a common backbone network that interconnects all the subsystems, including all the elements I have just mentioned. SCADA, for instance, telephony and voice control, passenger information, clock systems, public address systems, security, access control, intrusion detections, video walls, and of course, other more advanced systems that we will analyze later, like passenger counting, video intelligence, and all the analytics and artificial intelligence embedded video processing tools that allow advanced functionalities to be included in the systems to improve the way in which the operators are aware about what's happening in the rail infrastructure. Likewise, and throughout various radio connections to the trains, the peer systems that are present at the stations, like cameras on board, public address on board, communications and voice commands to the train operator, to the train driver, can be also activated from a central command position to provide this operational integration and orchestration with the running trains along the metro systems. So this is just an overview at the end with the intention to monitor the operations, optimize them, and at the end improve the way in which the users have an experience on the riding actions, the riding activities they execute during their normal commuting times. Some general characteristics of this offering is that the system can be offered in a modular way and tailored to the specific needs of a given project. We will see later how these different modules can be connected together. It can be deployed not just for existing metro lines, but also for new metro lines. So this means brownfield and greenfield projects can be served. And also we have the possibilities to deploy the system on premise. This means on a data center, on a control room, on a technical room belonging to the metro owner, to the metro infrastructure, or based on cloud infrastructures, if that's the interest of the user. Basically, we have different use cases, different value cases. We will see later in some other slides I will show later, along with different properties, different characteristics that improve and provide the right IT security concept, safety integration, especially with critical or mission critical systems like tunnel ventilation or fire protections, and the possibility of different hardware configuration and integration capabilities. So in a nutshell, and throughout the entire mobility stack, as we call, so from the end devices belonging to the building management systems, the integration of BIM, the integration of onboard systems, connectivity via 5G, Wi-Fi, different radio elements. On top of the mobility stack at the control level, we can provide this entire and holistic control capabilities to provide certain advantages and certain efficiency characteristics to the rail operations. For the maintenance of the essential services, the improvement of passenger satisfaction, decision-making capabilities we will see throughout different supporting tools, operational performance, and long-term sustainability. in a nutshell, and this is a sentence coming from our product life cycle manager promoting this product, we have flexible integration through a modular architecture to ensure seamless operations. So that has been a general introduction to the challenge and the characteristics of our offering. Later, we are going to see a bit more in detail how the architecture of such system can be set up and the different elements and functional characteristics of the modules embedded into the tool. So this picture is a functional and architectural concept. One of the key elements, cornerstones of our offering is that we are basing this solution into well-known, well-established, and industry-proven solutions. In this case, WinCCOA is a well-known and industry-standard automation platform that can be used for many mission-critical applications, from nuclear plants to manufacturing facilities, to the management and control of renewable energy plants. But we have tailored and make a bespoke development for railway application for metro lines like Kolkata and other metro lines in the world, a railway application based on this platform. So this means that we use an open architecture, we use an open system. It's not just completely closed and something we have developed on purpose, but something that relies on a very well-known open architecture platform. So this means that even for brownfield or greenfield projects throughout different standard protocols, proprietary protocols, enterprise architectures, we can connect many devices, many elements in the field: plungers, escalators, elevators, fire protection devices, cameras, displays, access control elements. So all that you can imagine may be plugged into this WinCCOA system. And on top of it, and throughout different common modules to control the sequences, trends, alarms, planning of different actions, different operational actions, we can develop functional modules, the ones I have already mentioned: facility, power, physical security, operational voice, passenger information, and we can plug them in and out, these modules, like apps, to enable these functions in case they are interested from the customer and from the railway operational perspective. When we talk about these common modules, this is an interesting part of it, because at the end, all these apps can be connected via the common modules to provide orchestration across different elements. So for instance, if you are going to open a station in the morning and you need to open the gates, activate the escalators, check the cameras automatically if there are any issue or there is any security hazard ongoing, everything can be connected via these common modules, for instance, in specific sequences on a specific programming of the activities that will be triggered in the system. So these common functions are summarized in this busy slide, but I will perhaps mention some highlights, like having a common user management, so you don't need to log into different dispatching consoles. You have a single sign-on, and then you have open all the apps related to the given operation. You can manage the sequence or schedule different actions across all the systems connected into the tool. You can also combine reporting and trends. So for instance, if there has been a disruption or an event happening in the line, you can connect the different ways or the different subsystems plug into the tool in a way that you can relate and you can provide an advanced forensic analysis on any disruption event to investigate and to have clear answers about what happened. Likewise, we have a module, and we will show it later, the decision support system that provides a tool to make sure that the operators are conducting the right operation on the system, and they are assisted to take decisions, especially in case of disruptions, in case of emergency situations. we talked a bit about the open architecture we are using and the type of industry standard we have used to build all this railway orchestration solution. And this is relevant because it, as I mentioned, is a very well proven solution that provides a lot of Senelec approvals by default. The state of the art and the approvals in terms of IT security and seal certification in case there are safety requirements attached to tunnel ventilation, fire protection, etc. We also can have large distributed geographical systems having highly available redundancy architectures. If you have a main OCC, a main operational control center with a main data center, then another backup system in a different location of the line, we can provide this geographical redundancy and disaster recovery systems in case there is any affection hitting any of the running systems. Of course, we allow topics like multi-platform, so you can run the system into Windows, Linux, and also iOS and Android, because you can have the dispatching system not only on a computer, on a laptop, or on a console in the OCC, but also you can have mobile applications that allow you to interface with the system on the move. So having discussed a bit the general characteristics of how an orchestrator of different station elements work, we enter into the details of each and every of the apps I was showing on top of the architecture. The first one is the facilities SCADAs. As I explained, this is referred to all the operations orchestration you can apply to escalator lifts, pumps, plungers, ventilation elements, etc., etc. And there is a wide spectrum of different RTUs, PLCs. These are the field programmable logic controllers that can be from Siemens or can be from different companies. Again, we have an open architecture, so this is not limited to Siemens components. It's an architecture that can integrate legacy systems or even programmable logic controllers or end devices from competitors or from different vendors, with the aim to provide real-time monitoring and the control of the metro, being the metro system a critical and mission critical infrastructure. Likewise, we have the Power SCADA module, as I discussed, and likewise it can connect to any of the PLCs in charge of the switch gears, the components in traction power substation catenary systems. So everything is running on the same platform as WinCCOA. The base automation and control building block is able to manage this kind of components and provide all the functions, topology calculations, status representation, fault locations, the assistance to energize or de-energize sections of the catenary or third rail. Of course, I'm aware that Kolkata is based on a third rail, so that's absolutely possible. The physical security management refers, as I commented, to all the camera systems, access control, intrusion detection that can be attached or linked to the events of the rest of the systems to enhance security, safety, and efficiency in the operation. And this is also allowing these different integrations of events. For instance, when there is an access control alarm, you can connect those events to the related camera to provide situational awareness to the operators in the OCC to know what's going on at each time. And provided there is a high bandwidth radio system, you can also integrate the cameras, the onboard cameras, into the OCC to have control not just on the stations, but also about the events happening on board. All the status of the systems I have mentioned, of course, can be populated to the passengers, not just via the standard public address and displays, but also via mobile phones, via apps. We have different standards included in the systems, like, for instance, the Google Transport Feed, Siri, or other standard protocols that allow third parties and other vendors to connect to the infrastructure in a secure way and get information about disruptions, train services, headway information, etc., etc. So we can really provide accurate and real-time updates to passengers everywhere they are, not just on the stations, but also in their own mobile phones. There are different elements related to the capacity control, meaning that when there is an overcrowd, or there are peak hours or special events, the operators want to know in an automated way how much the stations are occupied and what's the trend and the forecast of occupation they will have in given premises. And this is a tool or a clue that can allow the operator to plan and adjust the headways according to the different demands, the real demands we have on the infrastructure. So these tools also in the digital station and power manager allow to embed analytics and video processing and AI tools into the system in a way that you can really assess how many passengers are in a given station. It can learn over time how the stations are occupied, how the infrastructure will suffer demand on given peak times, and then provide the right insights to the operators about how they can update, they can adjust the headways and the capacity of the system to the real demands of passengers to allow a more expedite processing and expedite movement of people along the metro lines. Related to the energy power management and the SCADA, there are also tools that we call energy optimized operation that relates the power consumption to the timetable. So in a way that we can simulate the interaction of the signaling systems and the traction power systems to forecast what will be the demand of energy, or even optimize the separation of the trains to ensure that the peaks and demands on the energy system will be optimized and avoid peaks on top of the maximum allowed power consumption in the line. And this is something that may connect the power schedule information with the signaling system information. One of the apps also that I commented briefly during this representation of the common tools refers to the support and decision-making process. So one of the dilemmas and challenges the operators have in many occasions is that they have a lot of subsystems to control and some complex scenarios, especially under emergency situation or disruption situations where they have to connect and orchestrate many systems at the same time and make sure that everything happens in a given sequence, right? That you configure the tunnel ventilation in a given way, in a push-pull configuration to allow the safe evacuation of smoke, for instance, that the first responders are called, that the passenger information is driven in a given way to really ensure that passengers and occupants are rightly informed of a disruption situation. So the decision support tools via graphical representations and logic representations that you see on the screen allow the operator to make sure that all the necessary steps on a given procedure are taken and executed in the right way to ensure a smooth execution of the given emergency scenario or even routing scenario. So that's another facility tool we provide that can be configured visually and by drag and drop operations to secure this type of actions and operation elements. Well, this is another statement from our product lifecycle manager. In the sense that all the apps we have shown are modular, and then we can scale and we can offer from just a power SCADA system to a facility system, the combination of both, where we can attach or remove this passenger info, CCTV and security elements, etc., etc. So we can scale from small systems to large systems depending on the type of apps that you want to include. Another a bit more architectural topic refers to the type of deployments we can make. As commented, the system or this type of system should be based on high available and disaster recovery systems, allowing maximum availability. So in case even a building is disrupted, where the servers of the control tool are affected, seamlessly another location geographically different or separated from the site affected can take over and can recover the operation in a seamlessly way for the operators to make sure that you can at all times have live connections to the railway infrastructure and avoid losing any operational action you may need to execute. There is also a summary about the type of cybersecurity provisions we have embedded. Of course, this is a software running on IT hardware, on IT components that needs network connectivity. So it's outstanding and really important how you can ensure that all the connections are cyber secure and there is no possibility or we minimize the possibility of any cybersecurity threat affecting to the system. There are many provisions included, but here perhaps we can highlight some of the key ones, like the authentication of the users connecting via the single sign-on tools, securing that they are only allowed to operate on the apps they are authorized. So each user will have their own authorization area, and then the user logged into the system will have only access to this particular area. The encryption of all the communication protocols that we include into the systems, the logging and reporting, so any security threat is automatically stored into the system for future forensic analysis. The databases storing the data, libraries, etc., is encrypted. And at the end of the day, all the provisions of the industry standards, and in particular the IEC 62443, are followed to secure that we have security levels appropriate to the given mission critical application we have. So that's a bit the last slide that wrap up a bit the topics. As we have seen, a modular approach where you can embed all the apps you need according to your particular operational need. The question of openness, so we have avoided using proprietary solutions that makes or tied the railway operator to a given architecture. Of course, we have a system based on WinCCOA, but this is an open architecture with open APIs to provide these connections to any third party you may think of. Connectivity, as discussed, so there are endless communication protocols allowed, interoperability even with legacy systems, and connectivity to all things, all elements we have on the field, and scalability, because at the end we can support from small systems in small stations to large systems, including dozens of different subsystems, elements, etc., etc. So we can go from a small to large, depending on the characteristics of what is needed to be controlled. Good, excellent. So thanks for your attention. It was a bit of a long monologue, but I'm glad to take your questions if there is any particular inquiry or question you may have over the slides presented. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Daniel, for the very informative session on DSPM. If anybody have any questions, they can ask. Yes. Please have a mic because, yeah, thanks.
Hi, myself Shubhashankar Chaudhary from Voltas. I have one question. Siemens is having a product of Desigo CC. How it is different from this Power SCADA? So what is the difference between these two?
Good question. The COCC is part of our smart infrastructure portfolio and is more oriented to smart building management. And the COCC is not having particular interfaces and connectivity to a specific rail system. So if you think about the architecture presented, the DSPM needs to connect to the signaling system to retrieve information about occupancy of track circuits, disruptions in the rail infrastructure, etc., etc. So there are specific interfaces that DSPM addresses, but that are not typically embedded by default on the SIGO. However, if you look to this general this general concept, we can have a connection to the SIGO as part of the building management system. That's something we have integrated in the past. One of the key advantages of this combination of portfolio elements is that the SIGO is also based on WGCOA, so we can natively integrate both tools. So you can have a railway application where the SIGO is acting as the building management system, while DSPM is provided the specific passenger announcement, signaling connections, power SCADA, and particular topology analysis on power lines belonging to a railway infrastructure, which is not in the domain of the building management system that the SIGO can bring, and then orchestrate both tools together. So they are, I would say, complementary.
Thank you. But I have one question more. In one of the slide, I have seen the analysis are been done. As the slide tells, the analysis are done by this Power SCADA itself. Is it an AI-based system or any kind of input data required from outside so that they can do the database analysis and give the operator the Power SCADA can guide the operator to take the decisions easily?
Absolutely. In fact, this can be a presentation by itself because this app is very extensive and has many characteristics. But one of them relates exactly to what you said. One of the elements we have embedded into the topology calculation and to the assisted energizing and de-energizing and configuration of the power lines and the power application is based on digital twins and modeling of the power substations and the distribution lines. So in a way that we can provide to the operator a simulated and digital twin version of the behavior and performance of the power lines before it's applied actually to the metro line, to the physical real line. So in a way that the operator can know in advance, can know upfront if the power configuration is going to apply or the type of topology is going to be applied will be able to serve the demand and capacity he's planning or not before any given configuration is actually sent and commanded to the field. So in that way, yes, there is a modeling, digital twin, and even forecast topology and assistant tool that complement the basic power SCADA functions in a way that we can assist the operator in that kind of activities.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel.
So any other question, colleagues, you want to raise?
Thanks, Daniel, for this informative session.
I have a question here.
Yeah, okay, one more question, please.
Yeah, so if we talk about redundancy, then in case of a module failure, you have so many modules in this system. So how are you going to manage in case of module failure, or if you have failures like hardware, or maybe in case of power failure?
Of course. So there are different mechanisms in one of the high available and disaster recovery clustering approach, like conceptually is represented here, we have intrinsic redundancy in one of the data centers. So this means, for instance, that like these servers in the data center may have double power supplies and replication of the processes and databases within this data center. And in real time, we have the same, or we can have the same in a geographically separated data center with a cluster of servers with redundant power in side 1 and side 2. Another element that is important to take into account is that one of the possibility we have is that every change happening on site, for instance, the change in the status of one component in the field, can replicate in the databases of both sites simultaneously. So you have a live database with the live information in both locations at the same time. So even if a major disruption happens in one of the data centers, so means that this building is affected by, I don't know, a major power outage or even an attack or a major disruption event, the dispatching system, which basically is a live client, can be automatically connected to the redundant live system in a way that you will not lose any information and you can seamlessly continue the operation. So there are different levels from the pure redundancy of power supply or redundancy of server per location or even redundancy of locations to the software control of the connections to the end dispatching system where the operator is working, and the live databases that are replicated across the sites.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. So we close our session here. Thank you so much for joining virtually.
Thank you. Thank you so much, colleagues. Have a great day. Enjoy your sessions.
Thank you so much, Mr. Daniel, for joining us. Thank you. Can we have a big round of applause for the presentation? Thank you for being virtually connected and for delivering the presentation so well. Well, now, ladies and gentlemen, without any further ado, let me take the privilege to introduce our next speaker on the dais. The next speaker who would be here for the presentation, he has joined Indian Railway Service of Engineers IRSE 1997 batch on the 28th December 1998 after the completion of his graduation as the Bachelor of Civil Engineering from Birla Institute of Technology, Ranchi in the year 1992. Before joining to Indian Railway, he has also worked in PHED, Bihar Government and Ministry of Surface Transport, New Delhi for initial period of his service. As GGM Civil KMRCL, he commissioned the underground metro section from Phul Bagan to Shialda section 2.33 km and Howrah Maidan to Splanet section 4.80 km, including famous tunneling below Hooghly River of East-West Metro Corridor of Kolkata. He has tunneling experience in the challenging condition of tunneling work in East-West Corridor project. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Mr. Shailesh Kumar, GGM Civil, KMRCL, to present the presentation on a historical journey tunneling below Hooghly River. Thank you and a very warm welcome to you, sir.
Hello. Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. My topic is a historical journey tunneling below Hooghly River. First, I brief about the project. This project spans 16.55 kilometer, out of which 5.75 kilometer are on elevated section and 10.8 kilometer are underground section. It consists of 12 stations, out of which 6 are elevated and 6 stations are underground. This project has been completed in phased manner, first from Sector 5 to Salt Lake Stadium, then Salt Lake Stadium to Fulbagan, thereafter Fulbagan to Sialda, and finally Howrah Maidan to Esplanade Station. Some patch is left about 2.45 kilometer, where we are still struggling to complete the balance work. This section, Howrah Maidan to Esplanade Station, has been inaugurated by Honorable Prime Minister of India in the month of March. Yeah. During the construction of East-West Metro Corridor, we have faced many challenges, that is tunneling below River Hooghly, tunneling in soft soil condition, sharp curve. The sharpest curvature is 225 meter radius in between Mahakran and Howrah station, and tunneling below very busy railway yard. Construction of Howrah Metro Station, some problem is, we have faced some problem in the Howrah Metro Station while casting the base slab, while soil coming out at that location. Well, then Banking Setu and Brahman flyover. Earlier, during the construction of NS Metro in the year 1985, 70 to 85, the existing Esplanade station, below that the H-pile was kept. The removal of H-pile was another major challenge for advancing of the TBM. Then the infamous Bow Bazaar, where three major incidents has happened, and now it is under control. Most likely it will be completed in next year by the end of March 25. This aspect has already been explained by Vipin regarding details of segments. However, in this project, the internal diameter of tunnel is 5.55 meter. Now the tunneling below the river Hooghly. Hooghly River is a major distributive of Ganges, having discharge of 38,000 cubic with tidal fluctuation about 10 feet and maximum velocity is 2.5 meter per second. River Hooghly in Kolkata also experiences boat tide. During the construction of tunneling work in this stretch, the alignment has to be finalized, for which certain criteria has been kept in mind, such as schedule of dimension of the project, that is permissible limit of horizontal and vertical curves. That aspect has to be seen. performance limit of the TBM, flotation and heaving, skirt depth of the channel, and future channel improvement. Normally, Kolkata Port Trust do frequent dredging. The dredging aspect has to be considered. Then, what was the consideration for the horizontal fixing the horizontal alignment? Just just few meter away from the Howrah station, jetty structure is there. Their foundation has to be seen. Location of Howrah station in West Bank. The Howrah Metro station has been constructed between platform number 14 and platform number 17. In between that, Howrah Metro station has been constructed. Then location of the ventilation shaft. Since the cross spaces has not been considered in this in the river stretch, therefore ventilation shaft is required as per NFPA guideline. Then regulation for protection of Ravindra Setu bridge, popularly known as Howrah Bridge. Considering that the proposed alignment of the tunnel is kept about 320 meter away from the Ravindra Setu bridge, and also consideration for horizontal alignment, no horizontal curve has been introduced in the river portion. Survey, geotechnical survey has been done with bathymetric survey was conducted in the year 2006 with the help of DMRC and subsequently 2010. As it is seen from the graph, the riverbed profile in 2010 and riverbed profile in 2006 is slightly within 4 years span slightly changing, and more silting is towards, if we face the sea face, then towards the Howrah side, then Howrah side more silting is there. In the bottom graph, this is the soil cover, yani cushion above the tunnel crown. It is dotted blue line. It is shown in the year survey was conducted in the year 2010, and below that is proposed skirt depth has been marked, and based on that the depth of the tunnel has been depth of the cushion has been considered. The maximum skirt depth as per KOPT data is 4.5 meter. Some additional cover has also been kept for future dredging work. This is the broad longitudinal basic longitudinal section under river Hooghly. The total stretch of river is 520 meter. The depth of the tunnel is 13 meter below the river bed level, that is average depth, and 26 meter below average tide level. The geology of this stretch is top portion which shown in the blue is organic clay, and green one is sandy silt, and the mustard color is shown in firm to stiff clay silt. This zone firm to clay silt having permeability of 10 to the power minus 9 centimeter per second. The gradient has been fixed 2.94% for eastbound tunnel and 2.97% for westbound tunnel, and in the river stretch the gradient is fixed 0.30%. For tunneling in the below river bed, most important criteria is phase pressure. With the help of expert, phase pressure design has been calculated, and as it is shown in green color, it is design average phase pressure. In black color, it is design minimum phase pressure, and red color, it is average design phase pressure. Then purple one is the actual, while driving the TBM, the actual phase pressure was measured and was measured. Phase pressure was measured on average phase pressure was 2.9 bar plus minus 0.3 bar. Then what makes the water tunnel special? There is always likely chance of risk of phase failure, water ingress inside the tunnel, risk of flooding, and difficulty of intervention at tunnel face. This is the inside diagram of the TBM, where there are 4 potential areas where the water comes inside the tunnel. One is as much as screw conveyor belt at the in front of tunnel, as well as there also where muck coming into the bins. Second one is articulation joint, where this joint is provided for maneuvering of the TBM. At that location water may come. Then at the rear of the tail skin, tail seal has been provided, that is detail is shown in the top right corner. Tail seal has been provided to prevent any water leakage or soil leakage inside the tunnel. And fourth one is main lock gate. This gate is mainly used during the cutter head intervention under hyperbaric condition. The reason for caution is the various experts has been brought out to the sites. They have analyzed the various cases where tunnel flooding was done, and based on that they have fixed certain protocols for operation of the TBMs. It is nothing special for tunneling in the under the river Hooghly with geological condition as encountered during the as obtained during the soil investigation and as well as during the tunnel operation. It is a normal TBM working, except some protocol has been fixed for risk assessment and their mitigation measures. That is tunnel flooding we have to do. So prior cutter head intervention is required, for which mock drill has been conducted at Howrah station, which is around 150 meter away from the river bank. Then main lock doors kept unobstructed. Screw conveyor gate closure should be checked and ensured. Various leakage scenario I have already explained earlier that the 4 potential areas for the water leakage, that is articulation joint, in which tail skin grease charge, tightening of lip seal has to be ensured. Screw conveyor gate, that is always in each shift operation, testing and checking has to be ensured, or all emergency tank is charged. And at screw conveyor gate, tank is there. This tank pressure has to be checked in each shift and kept as 100 bar. Geology, we have already done the extensive geotechnical survey, and as per geology, nothing was unexpected. The N value of soil at the tunneling location is 25 to 30. The unforeseen events has to be considered for the certain in the protocol. In the geology, nothing was unexpected, but always expect some unexpected conditions. For the unforeseen events, additional 4 boreholes was done beyond the tunnel alignment to see any obstruction like ship wreckage or etc. Then most important part is keep moving. This is the most important part. In this part, continuous mining is very important. It is proven that the faster advancement rate reduces the ground movement and associated problems, and preparedness for keeping the mining in good pace is very important to negotiate any abrupt changes in geology and unforeseen events. All materials were stacked at the site, such as segment, spares, rails, grease, gaskets, etc., to complete the entire river crossing uninterrupted. Then materials which was required should be kept for at least 2 days work in the tunnel itself, and required logistics has to be ensured, such as trailers, cranes, gantries, traffic clearances, etc., in case of any emergencies. The last is crew management. That is the also most important part. As project team has decided no shift change while tunneling below the river. Continuous mining is required, no shift change below the river. Spare crews were kept at the site in case of any eventualities. TBM operator do the tunneling operation round the clock, check the screw conveyor gate pressure around 100 bars, and skip strict muck counting so that over excavation should be avoided. That has to be ensured. This is the recognition received by ICE UK in the year 2017 and ITA Italy in April 2018. This is the picture of tunnel view in the river portion. There is one video. After finishing all the SWC's work, and it is under operation. Blue lighting arrangement has been made by the Metro Railways, and artwork was done under the guidance of GM Metro sir. This is done to feel the underwater. since this project has faced many difficulties in the underground construction work, so what is the takeaway for the underground construction work is expect the unexpected in underground works, and nature is always smarter than some of us, and sometimes smarter than all of us. Thank you.
So much. Hello, check. Thank you so much, Shailesh sir, for your presentation. Can we have a big round of applause for him? Well, now, ladies and gentlemen, we will break here for a lunch. I request, yes, sir, please. Okay. And this presentation, so do we continue with the, okay. So, well, ladies and gentlemen, another presentation and then we'll break for a lunch. Well, for this, I'd like to welcome our next speaker on the stage. He is a full professor of strategic management at the Indian Institute of Management, Indore, India. He earned his PhD from the University of Florida, USA in 2012 and his MBA from MDI, Gurgaon. He did his undergraduate studies in mechanical and electrical engineering from IRMI, Jamalpur as part of the erstwhile Special Class Railway Apprenticeship SCRA scheme of Indian Railways. He teaches strategic management across doctoral, postgraduate, undergraduate, and executive education programs and offers elective courses that he has developed in the domains of public-private partnership, strategic alliances, ecosystems, and platforms and strategy simultations. Well, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Professor Swapnil Garg, IIM Indore, unbuilding the building of transport infrastructure assets. A very warm welcome to you, sir.
Hello. Yeah, good. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Now I'm truly standing between you and the lunch. Thanks to Manish. So, I'm Swapnil Garg. Madam just now introduced me. And just one request, madam. 15 minutes after time, please tell me it's time for lunch. We are used to 75-minute classes. So, I can go on for 75 minutes. Okay, thank you, Mr. Reddy, for calling me over. It's been a heartening experience to be here and to be a part of Kolkata Metro's 40th anniversary. So happy to be here with friends, and it's always good to be back with the railways. I have been frequenting Nair and staff college and interacting with my railway colleagues, and it seems like back home after 10 years in the academics. What I'm going to talk about is going to be a little different from what we have been talking about people have been talking about so far. We have had Mr. Mangu Singh talk about way back, what all has happened in the past. We have had about people who have been talking about current challenges. What I'm going to talk about is, which is not happened till now and may not also happen. So bear with me, it's a look forward, and I think that's the privilege that I can take as an academic here of trying to throw you into the future and show you what kind of things could possibly happen in the future as we go along. And but I'm taking a financial perspective here. I'll be skipping many other slides here, so don't worry, you will have them all there. That's all my background and things. This is the objective that I carved outside for myself for this presentation. Public-private partnerships is maybe one of the most abused words around. But if we look around here also, there is the government and there is the private. We have been collaborating, and that's why we have the Kolkata Metro. You have so many of these, of your vendors, outsourcing partners who have been collaborating with you to deliver these things. But if we look at our great experience with respect to PPPs, it's been a mixed experience. And that is the first objective that I have of trying to reorient our ways of how do we want to look at PPPs. And I'll take the instance of the highways, because in the Indian Railways we don't have many PPPs. We have got mixed experiences there too. I am very well appreciative of the fact that Kolkata Metro is a 17th railways of Indian Railways. So you are fully a part of the Indian Railways budget, and then you have been outsourcing or doing EPC works with your contractors. But going forward, is it going to be like this, or there is going to be something different I'm going to be talking about? So first, a quick refresh about our view on public-private partnerships. Public-private partnerships have been there for long times to come. Manish talked about 1919 for Kolkata Metro, not a very different story. The Suez Canal was thought about in the 3rd century BC by Aristotle. It took them just around 2000 years to get the Suez Canal through. So there is a whole lot of planning and finance arrangement, technology, a whole lot of things have to go together. It was constructed 1859 to 1869, took 10 years to construct. For the Suez Canal, it was a Egyptian government concession for 99 years. But what happened in the way? It was a PPP. So English and British and French people came forward that we would construct the tunnel for you. Very soon, the cost doubled, and that's what we have talked about here too. Cost doubled, people went bankrupt, handed it over to the Egyptian government. So this has been a common part of large, big infrastructure projects. And that is what I'm going to be looking at slightly more closely as a part of this presentation. One of the biggest success stories in our country on PPPs is the highway. We have built phenomenal number of highways. We will be having something like 2,000 plus PPPs on the highway sector. And anyone who has traveled on the roads knows that we intercity roads, and these are all mostly done on the PPP route, but in different modes. And that is what I want to talk about. I will skip these slides. Within the PPPs, we have generally been used to these kinds of terms. We talk about BOT, we talk about DBOT, we talk about ONM, we talk about DBFO. Now, if we look at the Indian, where is that one? I had one more slide on, okay. I think I missed that one. So I had a slide here on how the highway sector has been choosing its PPPs over time and changing its influence. So right from starting in around 2000s, they were generally looking at BOT projects. In BOT projects, they would hand over the work to the private sector and let them do the work. Then they faced challenges, they tried to adapt it. So they said, okay, we'll have BOT annuity, we'll have BOT VGF. So the project itself is not viable commercially, so you give them money up front. If a 100 rupee project is not viable commercially, you give them 40 rupees up front and let them do it in 60 rupees. VGF. Annuity. You don't give this 40 rupees up front also. You say, okay, over the time of the project, I'll give you some money. Going forward, 2014 or 15, that also faced the problem, and what we started hearing about was HAMs, The pointer is which one? Yeah. Wow. So we had BOT, so this is an interesting slide because this puts all the highway PPPs or the general structure of PPPs on one slide. It tells us how the risk sharing has been differently done across the different models. So if let me start from the triangles. That is what you guys have been doing. You have been doing EPC contracts. You select your vendors. You transfer almost all of those risks. Almost all of these risks are kept with you. You transfer very little risk. It is your design. It is your demand. It is your force measure, your maintenance, your operation. You're just about doing everything yourself. In the year 2000, when I'm talking about, when the highway ministry was picking up, highways PPPs were picking up, they moved to the extreme oval sides. Look at the donuts here. In the donuts, we moved everything to the private sector and said, here is the place, make a road, earn money from it, do what you like. At the same time, we also had the airports, which were on the SPV route, the green dots, where the government and the private sector would come together, share the risks between them. But the biggest jump in the highways was the HAM projects, if you see. The HAM, hybrid annuity models. In the hybrid annuity models, and you see they are all, the hexagons in blue, they are all distributed around. So we were trying to retrofit what kind of risk allocation needs to be done between the public and the private. And we moved in different particular directions, kept some with the public, transferred some to the private, kept something in between. The whole idea of talking about this is that the dominant mode by which PPPs have been done in the private sector, in the highway sector, has changed over time. There is no one fault of PPP, so going forward, how do we want to look at it? There remain many unanswered questions about what is the form of PPP that you want to select. So this is a part of a research project that I am taking up with one of my PhD students. We are trying to say, okay, you have got 8 different kinds of delivery modes. What is the thing which would determine this choice there? I know in the metro section, we have always been saying PPPs are not a good option. The two PPPs which were there on the metro side have already reverted back to the government. Other two are also running in problems. So I am fully aware of that. But remember, all of these were all on this side. From the diamonds, we have shifted them to the donuts. We had handed it over to Reliance Airport Metro in Delhi. We had handed it over to L&T in Mumbai, L&T in Hyderabad, Reliance in Mumbai. In Gurgaon also, we have handed everything to the private sector and said, you go ahead and manage Sham. But we see there have been problems. So is there a way out? How can we do we want to get private sector's involvements and private sector's risk sharing with them? So for that, we need to step back a little bit to understand the PPP's perspective. So we did a paper some time back, around 10 years back, and we tried to analyze what is the general problem with PPPs. If you look at the background from which the PPPs came about, well, it was all about bundling. The PWD made a road. It could not last one rainy season. So you said, okay, let's get a contractor who will not only build the road, but he will operate it for the next 15 years. That was the initial model. What did you do? You put the construction and the operations and maintenance together. What did this do? This made the whole project a big, large project which he would finance and then he would manage. So, but the important aspect there is it increases complexity significantly. Now, if he is going to manage it for 20 years over the long term and recover money out of it, the second problem is it's a long-term contract. Things will change, environment will change, and you will have nothing to, there will be just no flexibility and you will get problem because of that. The public and the private contracting, and which many of the people here would have experienced, in your kind of complex projects, you require you sit together with your contractor and work out things. But you are governed by formal contracts. There is only so much that you can do within the formal contract. You mostly have to do things over a cup of tea. And that is where we are having a problem. So where does the solution lie here? So if we just summarize what all have been talked about so far, the dominant rate of private participation in highways has changed over time. They have been experimenting. If I come from the railway sector, talk to all kinds of audiences, and one of the first questions that people talk about is, okay, if you're talking PPP, why haven't railways done PPPs? So railways have done PPPs, but very few PPPs with mixed results. But probably we haven't experimented to the extent to which the private sector has been which the highways has been experimenting. They have tried out all different models in the world. So now I'll come to the second argument that I have. The assets that we are talking about have different risk profiles. And I'll take one particular thing. If you look at the construction and the operation, they have two very different perspectives. The construction is high risk, and a lot of people here talked about too many stakeholders, shorter time period, in 3, 4, 5 years you got to deliver. And I saw 2 slides at least where they're talking about 15 different stakeholders together. But if you look at the operation side, all of your number of stakeholders decreases significantly. You're talking about long periods of time, very little activity. So what has happened? You bundled these two aspects together and made it into a big complex mammoth thing, handed it out to Reliance or L&T and asked them to manage it. And that was the reason why we had these failures in PPPs. Do we have a solution out? What the highway sector has done is here. If you look at the crosses and the diamonds, these are 2 places where the highway sector has said, okay, in the last, the success of the Modi government on the highway sector has been that they have said, okay, we will do the projects, we will do it by the EPC route because we know how to handle all the stakeholders, or we are the best situated to handle all the stakeholders. But after that, we will start selling off these projects to the private sector to manage it. This particular thing has actually manifested in something called infrastructure investment trusts. These infrastructure investment trusts are the new asset investment vehicles in town. What they are talking about is, if you have an operational asset, you have tons of them over here, with around 50,000 crores of assets, you have so many of these operational assets which are very low effort based, routine maintenance, earning a certain part of revenues. These assets have got, can be supported by annuities, and they can be supported by growths, and you can convert them into a trust fund. The government of India has been pushing for this. 2019, they came out with the national infrastructure pipeline of around 40.3 lakh crores. Out of them, they said expected 6 lakh crores come from asset monetization. What were they saying? You have these assets with you which have been operational for so long time, which do not require too much of an effort. Why don't you offload these assets, take money from them and invest it back into your new construction projects? What would be done by them? This infrastructure investment funds, InvITs, as they are called, they are modeled on something called real estate investment trusts. They have a consistent yield on investments because you have an operational asset, you have a metro which is working, so there is a consistent yield. There is a capital improvement or there is an improvement. You can add more metros, you can add more assets into it, you can add a power grid, you can add a road into it, and you can look at the capital appreciation part of it. It's a very efficient tax structure. So what they do is, because it's a trust, so income here is not taxed. So income is either taxed at the operating asset level or in the hands of the final user. High assurance, and there is a diversified portfolio of assets from which we can use this. This is an interesting slide which I picked up from CRISIL. These investment trusts lie over here. If we look at debt funds, or if you take money from the government of India, it comes around 7.1%, government securities. You put in a fixed deposit, 6.6%. Debt mutual funds, 7.5%. If you put it in the stock market, you're looking at a 15.3% return. And here we have this interesting interface, which is not so much high risk, which is not so much high return, but a very consistent and a very secure return, because they have a consistent flow of revenue which are coming in. These REITs or InvITs are not rare to India or not unique to India. US, Singapore, Thailand, all of them have been using this thing in a very large fashion. In the US at least, half of the society, or 95% of, not half, 95% of all the societies that you see are not owned by individuals. They are owned by these investment trusts, because no individual can hold that much amount of capital. These are some of the reasons why they become very attractive. They have a trust. It is bound to be AAA rated in the markets. It has to give out a particular amount of yield to its customers, which would be capital return and some kind of the profits. The result being that you get a uniform and a continuous stream as an asset investor, and they can leverage small investors' funds into these. In the National Asset Monetization Program, this is from the Government of India publication, they have already identified the Indian Railways should be looking at that. Unfortunately, there is no chapter on metro, because we have said metros are out of the PPP, but remember, metros are also a operational asset with a low continuous yield. It is high time that we may be looking at bits and parcels or pieces of metro systems which could be asset monetized. What will you get? You will get a whole lot of upfront money which you can use in your own developments. You can offload the operational parts to the other. So what would they do? They will make a trust fund. Ministry of Railways would be the sponsor of that. They will keep a project manager, an investment manager, and between that, different kinds of SPVs would be operating. They have not only talked about this was for the track access charges for the OHE. They are saying OHE is one asset. If you can give them track access charges, then this can be monetized. All the OHE in the country can be monetized. Second, they talked about dedicated freight corridor. You can divide a dedicated freight corridor into being a big, huge bundle. You pick up bits and pieces of that which are revenue streams, and you can monetize those. If I have bored you enough, coming back to our individual, and we know we are back for our lunch time, look at this diagram again. We have generally been investing either in stock markets or in FDs. But the problem is something around 60,000 crores in India is being invested by the Canadian pension funds. Why? They find the India infrastructure to be a very secure place to park their money, where they will get a continuous stream of revenues. So if you have not looked at investment trust funds for your retirement fundings, it's high time that you look at them. There is a power InvIT, there is a NHAI InvIT, there are other things. We are looking at 12 to 15%, which is not a bad amount of return. We are talking about embassy suites coming out with a real estate InvIT, which is giving you capital appreciation, and it is giving you a uniform set of returns into your future. So on a personal front, you can look at it from the metro perspective as to how we can monetize our existing assets, collect money, use it for future projects, or at the individual front, you can look at investing money into these assets which are AAA rated, highly reliable, will give you returns over time, which will be on a continuous basis. That's what I had to talk about. Thank you, and open for questions. I know I've tickled a sensitive point there, sir.
Thank you so much, sir, for your presentation. Can we have a big round of applause for sir, please? Well, ladies and gentlemen, one final, yes sir, we have a question.
Now I know sir is going to puncture my balloon that I put up.
I'm sorry. No, it's not a question. I'm just making a comment.
Yeah.
The monetization of metro assets, I'm coming on that only, is difficult. Why it is difficult? In fact, our phase 4 was held up by Niti Aayog and Finance Ministry only on this issue for many, many months. They were saying that you monetize it on like NHA for the future this thing, exactly the way you are telling. The problem is different. Whatever we have developed today, the assets with us, these were developed through the soft loan from somebody else. So you cannot monetize them. It's like if you have built your house by taking loan from the bank,
okay,
you have to pay back them. So like Delhi Metro, we are still under 35,000 crore to be paid to the JICA. Now expecting that some private player will come and take your entire network at such a value that he will give 35,000 crore to you to pay back to JICA and additional fund for new lines. It is just unthinkable.
So 2 points, sir. One is the Delhi Metro model is not the only model that we have. We have the sovereign government funding most of the other metros in the country.
No. Most of the metros are constructed through part funding by the multilateral funding, either JICA, ADB, World Bank. It is only Mumbai, MMRDA, some lines which they are funding. They are also taking loan from ADB and all that. So there is no assets created in metro sector which is free from that. Let me put it that way.
Okay.
So it's difficult.
Good point, sir. But the other point you said about was give out the whole metro on that. What the highway sector has been teaching us, you don't need to do the full metro or the full highway. Probably you have an air conditioning system for which you are install the air conditioning system or the SCADA system or something about this part piecemeal something has to be tried out, sir.
Yeah, some people in fact suggested that why not the most creamy line, give it to the parties. So yes, there are some such suggestions like that. But again, the question comes, you have to take care of the entire network. Not that a particular line, which is creamy line, given to somebody else. Then who will run the balanced line? Let's say like in Delhi, these two blue line and red line, yellow line, these three lines are actually supporting other lines. So suppose you give these three lines to a private party.
Cross-subsidization.
Who will run the balanced three lines then?
So just one last point over here, sir. Sir is saying about we shifting out complete loss-making lines or complete profit-making lines. When what we were arguing about complexity, in which we have seen it happen, in at least in the highway sector, we bundled up for technical reasons. Now we are unbundling them for financial reasons.
Highway it is very easier and the metro is complex.
It used to look real, but there could be alternative ways of unbundling.
Another point you made, long time lease. That is the biggest problem. The political setup will change after 5 years. This is another thing. The fare fixation, fare revision, nobody will allow. Even the metro owned by the government, where everything is in our hand, the next level of fare, next fare fixation or revision of fare is not allowed. Yes. So
Thank you, sir. We'll have a debate on this and we can continue to have a debate because we can have a difference of opinions here.
No debate.
We'll have a difference of opinion, that's right. Sir.
What is your take on the Hyderabad Metro, which is on a PPP model?
I have not studied it, but as far as I know, it hasn't gone the right way on the PPP side. Huh, sir?
Also planning to go to the airport metro.
So I am not studied that. It's high time that you pointed it out. So we need to airport metro. I am fully aware of.
See, airport metro for PPP was probably one of the easiest thing the party had no risk at all because the construction was done by Metro. It was
Civil
only
construction.
they brought the trains and started running. There was no risk on their part at all. All the risk was with the Delhi Metro, but still it failed badly. But the good thing is, with all that failure and all that, we did not allow the train to be stopped even for a single day.
Sir.
So that is a good thing. The system is in use, public is using, and today about 70,000-80,000 passengers are using daily that line. So it's very well patronized and used.
Right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir, for your presentation. Thank you to our dignitaries for the insightful discussions post the presentation. Well, now, ladies and gentlemen, the final presentation before we take a break. So now for the next presentation, I'd like to quickly call upon stage, but this is going to be very brief. I'll quickly call upon stage Mr. Aditya Khakse, business-led IIT Madras, Hyperloop team, TUTR Hyperloop, Mr. Hari Krishna, T Electrical team lead, IIT Mishra, Hyperloop team, TUTR Hyperloop, and the presentation topic is the Linear Induction Motor Propelled Rail System, Hyperloop Technologies. Can we please welcome them with a big round of applause? Well, just a request, sir, this is going to be a very brief presentation, and right after this, we'll take a break. Thank you.
Hello. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. So sorry, we are planning to keep it brief. We are standing between the lunch and you again. So myself, Aditya Khakse, I am a proud byproduct of Indian Railways Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya, graduated from one of the founding batches, joined the IIT Madras Hyperloop program, which is spearheaded by the Indian Railways. I'll quickly introduce again my colleague who is here, Hari Krishna, who is an electrical lead, again a product of IIT Madras. We have a 2 minutes video we prepared. Request you not to record since it's under review. We'll basically showcase how journey of Hyperloop has started at IIT Madras, how it's going, and how the plan is to go forward, the facility to be inaugurated by the Honorable Prime Minister, and the next steps. Can we please have the video?
To help realize India's mission of Viksit Bharat at 2047, we at IIT Madras have embarked on the development of a new transportation technology, Hyperloop, which consists of a magnetically levitating pod that propels itself through a vacuum environment, leading to theoretical speeds of 1200 kilometers per hour. This idea gave birth to the student team Avishkar in 2017, and in the 7 years since, we have grown beyond just that into the 3 C's of the IITM Hyperloop sphere: competition, commercialization, and community building. Team Avishkar has represented IIT Madras at international Hyperloop events with resounding success, their pod now integrating the full stack of propulsion, levitation, and contactless braking. With the support of the Indian Railways, they designed and built the world's longest student-run Hyperloop infrastructure and have been granted multiple patents for the same. Tutor Hyperloop, a visionary startup incubated at IIT Madras, works towards cutting-edge Hyperloop technologies for lightning-fast, safe, and sustainable transit solutions. With the team experienced in automotive and aerospace technologies, Tutor has developed a 1.5-ton pod complete with linear induction motors and magnetic levitation. With this progress pushing India onto the global Hyperloop stage, IIT Madras now turns towards building a globally inclusive and collaborative community. Having previously hosted the International Hyperloop Summit Parivahan, we now host the Global Hyperloop Competition, Asia's first such international event. The growth of the IITM Hyperloop sphere is a testament to Indian Railways' continuous support towards us. We hope to utilize these technologies to achieve large-scale implementation of Hyperloop in India and thus help us achieve its goal of Viksit Bharat.
Thank you so much. I'll quickly move towards the presentation. Okay. So this is the journey so far. We have currently developed a 410-meter long tube with the help of Indian Railways, L&T, ArcelorMittal, ANSYS, Dassault, TI. We have also built a 1.5 ton pod, which is supported by linear induction motor, magnetic leviation, and now we are preparing a Gen 2 pod which will run under vacuum conditions. This project is built with the record low budget when we compare it to our Western counterparts, which they are building it in Europe and US. IIT Madras has also backed patents to reduce the cost drastically with more than 50 to 60% reduction compared to the West. That is one key advantage we hold when it comes to technology and cost reductions compared to, again, West. This is the current status of the project. The 410-meter tube has been completed. The construction has been done by L&T, and vacuum test has been done. Currently, the pod levitation testing is currently ongoing. Journey so far, the project has been completed graciously with the help of our partners who helped us going out of the way with resources, technical guidance, mentors. We started the trials currently, and the trials are on the way, and this is the Avishkar student team which is currently participating in competition, bringing laurels to the country and IIT. This is the commercial team tutor. So what happened in 2018 was, Avishkar Hyperloop was incorporated as a student team. But after some years, people started asking question that what are you just going to do, participate in competitions, or are you gonna go more in terms of technology? Then in 2022, Tutor Hyperloop was incorporated in IIT Madras, and the startup has been spearheaded by industry professionals, Dr. Satya Chakravarti, who is also the co-founder of Agnikul, India's first private space company, E-Plane and Galaxy. Second co-founder is Dr. Arvind Bharadwaj, who is the former CTO of Mahindra & Mahindra, ex-ED of Ashok Leyland, has 30 plus years of experience. This is the media coverage so far we've got graciously in India for the project, and we're going ahead. We have hosted Global Hyperloop competition at IIT Madras, and we are going to host Asia's first Global Hyperloop competition in coming February. I'll hand it over to my colleague Hari for the technical part.
Hello everyone, thank you for this opportunity. As a person who has worked a lot in labs, after hearing to all of you, I do understand how different the lab is from the real world. Thank you so much for everyone who has shared your knowledge today. So the Hyperloop has three different main technologies. One is the vacuum tube, the second one is magnetic levitation, and third one is linear propulsion. So basically what happens is we make a tube, and we take out all the air from inside the tube, so that any vehicle that is moving inside the tube does not have any drag. And the second thing is we do levitate the Hyperloop vehicle so that there is no friction drag as well. So once these two things happen, we need a linear motor to actually propel the vehicle forward. So then comes the linear propulsion. Today I would like to focus a lot on linear propulsion because we are in talks with Indian Railways to see what are the potential applications of linear propulsion in existing rail networks. So linear induction motor is nothing like a simple induction motor itself. So in order to understand the construction very easily, you can see the above slide, where a rotational induction motor, we can cut it and open it and put it flat, then it becomes a linear induction motor. So what happens is the coils of the linear induction motor is generally placed in the vehicle, and the secondary, the aluminum is generally placed on the track. So as the coil is placed directly on the vehicle, we do not need any driving wheels to drive the vehicle. So it will directly provide thrust to the chassis of the vehicle, and we will be able to propel the vehicle. So the key benefits that come with this is it will prevent wheel from slipping in adverse conditions. So we have seen in a lot of hilly areas where the railways is facing the difficulty with wheel slipping and all these things. And as this has fewer moving parts, it has very less maintenance as well. And it also has a added advantage of working in very steep gradients, since the power is directly provided to the chassis. So there are primarily two types of linear motors. One is a single-sided linear induction motor, and second one is a double-sided linear induction motor. So in case of a single-sided motor, we will place the aluminum flat on the track, and the coil will be placed as shown in the first image. And in case of double-sided, there will be two motors on either side of the track to provide thrust to the vehicle. So in IIT Madras, we have been working in linear induction motors starting from student team Avishkar Hyperloop. So I was initially working in Aviskar Hyperloop, and then now I have graduated and moved on to the full-time Hyperloop development of the team. So at 2019, our seniors actually developed the first model. So the picture of that is not here, but then we developed the second model in 2020. So this was a 60 kilometer per hour machine which can propel a total weight of up to 200 kilos. And back in 2022, then we built a 100 kilometer per hour linear induction motor which can propel a total vehicle weight of 350 kilos. Now at the at Tutor, we have developed the Gen 3 version that can propel up to a speeds of 150 kilometer per hour with a total vehicle weight of 1.5 tons. So I'm not sure whether this video will work. I'll just try. I think it's not working. So this video shows that our testing of the linear induction motor based vehicle on our Hyperloop tube that Aditya has previously explained you. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for the presentation. Thank you for keeping it brief. Well, now, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of the presentations. I would like to take a moment to thank all our speakers for delivering all the presentations excellently. Can we have a big round of applause? And we would like to take a moment to felicitate all our speakers. To do the honors, I'd like to take the privilege to welcome on dais respected General Manager, Metro Railway Kolkata. Please join me in welcoming Mr. P. Uday Kumar Reddy, sir, with a massive round of applause. So I request you to please come up on the dais and felicitate our speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Dr. Mango Singh, Principal Chief Advisor and former MD, DMRC, former Deputy CE, Metro Railway Kolkata, with a big round of applause. Thank you so very much, sir, for taking out your precious time and joining us today. Thank you for your presentation and for sharing your experiences with us. We are really honored to have you here amongst us today. We are felicitating our speakers with a memento and silver coins. Now, I'd like to take the privilege to welcome on dais Mr. Vipin Kumar, CPM, Kolkata 2, Rail Vikas Nigam Limited. Can we have a big round of applause? Thank you, sir, for your presentation. Now I'd like to welcome Mr. Shailesh Kumar, GGM, Civil, KMRCL. Can we have a big round of applause as we welcome Mr. Shailesh Kumar? Thank you for your presentation, sir. Thank you for your time and effort. Now, I'd like to welcome Professor Swapnil Garg, IIM Indore. Can we have a big round of applause for Swapnil, sir? Thank you, sir. Now I'd like to welcome Mr. Manish Jain, PCSO, Metro Railway Kolkata. Please join me in welcoming him with a big round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together. Thank you for your presentation, sir. I'd like to welcome Mr. Aditya Khakse and Mr. Hari Krishna with a big round of applause. Let's welcome both of them from the IIT Madras Hyperloop team. Thank you and congratulations, everybody. I request GM sir to please say a few words. Can we please have a big round of applause, everybody, for yourselves also? Thank you.
Good afternoon. We are only delayed by an hour, not much. I mean, considering the situations we are in, and we all belong to Indian Railways, and 1 hour is, we have just completed 1 hour, so we are still on time, punctual. It was really interesting topics, and we went down the memory lane. We saw what all happened, and for me it was a revealing that we had such subsidences earlier also, and we still have the subsidences now also, and we are still tackling it. One takeaway from this presentations was that I was speaking to Dr. Mangu Singh that we should have knowledge transfer, which I think in Indian Railways generally we lack. We should build it up, and we should take it forward. One thing which Sailesh brought it out is that be prepared for for everything. I mean, because nature has got its own tricks up its sleeve. So that is a very good takeaway for us. And yeah, I mean, Sailesh, Swapnil had given a good presentation on maybe, I mean, in a government, completely government sector, I don't know what is it, because it is, we build, own, operate this thing. It may not be possible, but like in some corporations may be possible. Anyway, I had requested you to go in through the Hyderabad Metro. I mean, the gap funding is there, but again, I don't know how much it is possible. The last time I was there in Hyderabad, I mean, the operators keep threatening the government, and the government keeps cajoling them. It keeps going on. So how long it will continue, as what respected seniors were saying, it may be a matter of time. We'll have to just see how long the time stretches. And I would like to thank all the organizing team, Manish, Ambika, Subrato, I mean, sorry, yes. Anjali, sorry, in the meantime, I forgot, and Aditya and the entire team. I think without the day and night efforts by this young team and the directors of that team, these things would have not been possible. It has been a great enlightening day today. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your encouraging words. Thank you so much once again to each one of you present here for making the seminar a successful seminar. Can we have a big round of applause for yourselves also? Thank you. Well, with this, congratulations to us as a team as we celebrate 40 years of the Metro Railway Kolkata, and looking forward to many more years in the future too. We have miles to go in the future. Well, with this, ladies and gentlemen, I request all of you to please enjoy your lunch. The lunch has been arranged downstairs. Thank you. Signing off, Anchor Pooja Paul on behalf of Metro Railway Kolkata. Thank you.